Testing, testing. We're currently testing. Testing, testing. Testing the sound. Testing. We're testing the sound. This is a sound test. Testing the microphone. No.
Okay, mics are on.
Okay. Good evening and welcome to Beaumont City Council closed session for Tuesday, December 7th. I will open this meeting at 5:05 PM. Nicole, can I please have roll?
Councilmember Santos,
Here.
Councilmember Fenn, absent this evening. Councilmember Martinez,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem White,
Here.
Mayor Lara.
Here. Let the record reflect, Councilmember Finn has an excused absence, please. Thank you. This meeting will be open to the public and conducted in a virtual format to be inclusive of all participation preferences. Public comment participation is encouraged by emailing any comments to the city clerk's office or by calling in using the phone number provided on the front of the agenda. Nicole, do we have any comments this evening?
Not for this portion.
Okay. Mr. Pinckney, would you please read the items to be discussed in closed session?
Yes, the council will be meeting in closed session. Item number 1 is conference with legal counsel regarding potential initiation of litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.94, one potential case. The second item is conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, city designated representatives, City Manager Todd Parton, and Administrative Services Director Carrie Mendoza. The employee organizations are the Beaumont Police Officers Association and SEIU and Managers Professional Technical Unit. And the third item is annual public employee performance evaluation pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, title City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Pinckney. And with that, we'll go ahead and adjourn to closed session.
Well, no. They need this mic on so that when they talk, the mic picks them up so the Zoom people can hear them.
Oh, they're not going to these ones?
Zoom is not on here. That's why we're using this.
Ross?
I'll pause this. Let me actually. I just want to double check before we do.
You can just make them up. You're there. No, always in the special districts. It up, that's the first thing.
Cover that, camera right there.
You can't say pretty.
No, we don't want to do that.
I'm sure they'll think you do.
Yeah.
I like the artistic.
You like that?
That's state of the art, I believe.
It's really interesting. Ross, are we ready? Pastor Dunn, you gonna pray stuff, right? For you, I'll preach.
It's gonna be a long sermon.
One, two.
You can sell it.
He knows how to hear. That's more Texas. I went to Stephen Moss.
Or mere mortals. That's okay.
Test, test.
We're good? Okay. Right, we're working through some technical difficulties, so thank you for your patience and bearing with us. We are coming back out of closed session. Mr. Pinckney, can you please give us a report out of closed session?
Yes, the council met in closed session. Item number 1 was conference with legal counsel regarding potential initiation of litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4. One potential case, there was no reportable action taken. The second item was conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. The city designated representatives, City Manager Todd Parton and Administrative Services Director Carrie Mendoza, the employee organizations, the Beaumont Police Officers Association, the SCIU, and Managers and Professionals Technical Unit. There was no reportable action taken on that item. And the third item, annual public employee performance evaluation pursuant to Government Code Section 54957. Title City Manager, that item is continued to a future council meeting due to the fact that Councilmember Fenn is absent this evening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pinckney. And I want to welcome everyone to the City of Beaumont regular session for Tuesday, December 7th. I will call this meeting to order at 6:32. Nicole, can I please have roll call?
Councilmember Santos,
Here.
Councilmember Martinez,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem White,
Here.
Mayor Lara.
Here. We do have, for the record, we do have an excused absence for Councilmember Finn. Mayor Pro Tem White, can you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? And after that, we'll have a invocation by Reverend Dunn.
Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good evening, Mayor. Two heads. I figured if I said mayor, then we'd get several different people answer. I'm just going to give you one scripture, and then I'm going to offer a prayer. This is from the 110th, 111th Psalm, the 10th verse. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. All who follow his precepts have good understanding. To him belongs eternal praise. Let us pray. Lord God, we give you thanks for the privilege of living in this city of Beaumont. We thank you for our elected leaders, for this time of transition in our council, for the good work that has been done over the past year in this city. We pray that we can celebrate that, pause and reflect on it, and build to a better future. Endow with our leaders all knowledge and wisdom, the ability to listen, the prudence to pause when necessary, but the boldness to act decisively when decisions are needed. All this and more, we pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you. Okay, so with council's concurrence, I would like to make one adjustment to the agenda. I would like to move, if possible, since we have a number of speakers on this item, item 19, action item 19, up to after the public hearing, after public hearing item 10, if that's okay.
We'll be fine.
I'm good.
We're good? Okay. So Nicole, would you please make that adjustment to the agenda? And then we'll get into announcements, recognitions, proclamations, correspondence. Have a recognition of the current mayor, yours truly.
Good evening, Mayor Laura. Can you believe it's been a year?
No. I can't.
And I will attest to a extremely crazy year. You know, we thought 2020 would have been kind of the high water mark for crazy and tough. I think we found that 2021 may have actually exceeded that in so many levels. I can't tell you how much I appreciate and the staff appreciate the support you've given us, the leadership, the many early morning calls, the many lunch interruptions, the breakfast interruptions, the dinner interruptions, and the list goes on. It has been unbelievable. So we've done major capital projects. We've continued to make major success after success on roads, on utilities, and in the face of civil unrest, in the face of dealing with the COVID pandemic and all the things that go with it. So I cannot, again, utter enough on behalf of myself and the staff, appreciation for what you've done for us and the leadership you brought to this community. And you've done it with a smile the entire time. So again, thank you. And it's our honor to present to you the Holy Gavel.
Ah. This is very nice. This will come in handy at home when I'm needing water or coffee or. Yeah.
You can loan that till it's on.
No, thank you. Thank you very much. It's been an honor to serve this city, and you see so many different people, and you understand and get to realize the reason we do what we do. All five of us do what we do is because of this community and the city. And I too would like to thank the staff for their encouragement, their support, putting up with me as with all my requests and things. Would like to acknowledge Ashley Starr for being so supportive of some of the ideas and having those come to fruition. Mercedes was also very supportive. Some of my mayor's posts and kind of giving me direction when I didn't have a clear direction in that regard. Would also like to thank CO for the number of certificates that we've signed and printed out, and of course, Ashley, I really appreciate your support and your help and accepting my phone calls at all hours of the day. So I appreciate that as well. And also, last but not least, the supported council. We get along extremely well, very supportive. I think we're all, for the most part, on the same page in general direction in support of the city. And it's always a pleasure to serve with you gentlemen. So I appreciate that as well. Mr. Pinckney, thank you for always being there and all your wisdom. Todd, it's been a pleasure. Learned a lot from you, continue to learn from you. Always enjoyed the phone calls and the nap interruptions at all hours of the day as well. But I appreciate that very much. Learned a lot from you. So thank you very much for that. Appreciate that. And that will bring us to the next item. Thank you. I was kidding about the gavel thing too, huh? Don't like sleeping on the couch. So item number 2, recognition of City Council selection of mayor and mayor pro tem. So let's do that.
Mayor, if you'd like, I can read a staff report to get you situated.
Staff report by Ms. Nicole. She's still bailing me out even now. Thank you, if you would please.
Good evening, council. City Council has adopted a rules and procedure for selection of mayor and mayor pro tempore. The policy established that each council member was given a specific position in a rotation sequence. After serving as mayor, the council member moves to the end of the rotation sequence, and the other 4 council members move forward. A council member may serve as mayor or mayor pro tempore for a total of 2 years during a 4-year term of office on the council, but shall not serve as mayor or mayor pro tem in consecutive years. Attached to this item is the rotation sequence for discussion and a motion.
Thank you very much, Nicole. And so with that, the rotation would be Mayor Pro Tem White becoming Mayor White, Councilmember Martinez becoming Mayor Pro Tem Martinez, David Finn, or Councilmember Finn, Councilmember Santos would move up in the rotation, and then myself would go down to the bottom of the rotation. Can we do that as a motion all in one, or? Okay. Mayor Pro Tem White, are you?
I am.
You are. You sure don't, you hesitated a second. Councilmember Martinez, you as well? So with that, I'll make a motion to, for Lloyd White to become, I'm sorry, Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem White to become Mayor White, and Councilmember Martinez to become Mayor Pro Tem Martinez.
I'll second.
A roll call on that?
Councilmember Santos,
Aye.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember White,
Yes.
Councilmember Lara.
Yes. One last thing before, Susie, thank you so much for all your support during this last year as well. I'd be remiss if I didn't say how much I appreciate your support. Thank you. So Mayor White, gavel's all yours. Can we move now, right?
Well, let's just stay where we are, because I like the way she has my laptop set up.
No, okay, for now, I guess we'll switch next.
I know, but you always set it up nice.
Yeah.
Unless you object.
You're the mayor.
Okay.
Mayor.
Oh, take a recess.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it very much.
You get the best job of the bunch. You get to go to the bottom of the list.
Won't be the first or the last one. I've been on the bottom of the list.
Thank you.
And Nicole, what we'll do is we'll just make the switches at the next meeting as well. So you won't be able to hide on the side there.
All right. So before we move on, I want to thank you, Mike. You again have provided me a tough act to follow. When I was first appointed mayor 5 years ago, that was after you were mayor. And so you provided again, a tough act to follow. So with that, we'll go ahead and move to public comment period. Meeting will be open to public and conducted in a virtual format to be inclusive of all participation preferences. Public comment participation is encouraged by emailing any comments to the city's clerk or by calling in using the phone number provided on the front of the agenda. Anyone in person wishing to speak can do so by filling out a form at the back of the room and handing it to a staff member. Nicole, do we have any public comments?
Yes, sir. I have all written comments. Would you like me to read those first or check with callers on the line? Looks like we have 2 callers on the line.
Let's do the written ones first, please.
Okay. First comment is from Melissa Jenkins. Good afternoon. I'm writing this email in regards to the mask mandates and vaccine mandates. 1, mask mandates have been extremely harmful to kids like my child that have hearing loss that rely on seeing to mouth seeing the mouth to help understand and hear. This is excluding and hurting children's education, and they're missing so much due to masks. I believe public schools are supposed to be inclusive to those with disabilities, or if we can offer clear masks to children and teachers, which would help hard of hearing children. Vaccine mandates are not necessary in very low risk group as children are, and the number are low here in Beaumont. It should be a parent's choice to weight the risk and benefit for their child as individuals. I am high risk and I am vaccinated. However, my child is not, and we will know even the vaccinated can spread the virus. I please ask the school district to oppose the vaccine mandate and speak for us parents. I'm not against the vaccine, but I am against force. Thank you for your time. Next is Amy Brandon. Please allow my husband voice and my voice to be heard when it comes to our two children. Please vote to oppose the vaccination mandates for school children that have been proposed by Governor Newsom. There are many parents who feel this way and have the right to decide for our children. Thank you in advance for your time. Next is Mrs. Torre. Hi there, I am a concerned citizen in our town. I am asking you to take a stand and oppose the state vaccine mandates. Please add this to the agenda of the December 21st meeting. As a parent, I am asking for your support and our school board support to allow us to continue to have a choice when it comes to this vaccine. Not enough studies on it to show long-term injuries or success rate of actually protecting anyone's health, especially our young children. Please know you have our backs on this and will support you for supporting our choice to have in this. We need our city of Beaumont to take its stand and show our support for our local school district. Next comment is Heather Rayleigh. Beaumont City Council members, my name is Heather Rayleigh and I'm the mother of 3 children here in the city of Beaumont. I will not allow my children to be part of this grand social vaccine experiment. The state of California's viewpoint of comply and get your child vaccinated or else do homeschooling is unacceptable in the form of coercion. This mandate does not address the many children who have had COVID and built a natural immunity already, nor the families that prefer to have the final say in the healthcare decisions for the children. The unquestionable submission and adherence to this mandate is unfair, discriminatory, and violation of our rights. Our children should not be forced to take a medication that is unwanted, untested, and not guaranteed to work. The risk of death or serious illness from COVID-19 to healthy children is very low. As a result, this vaccine should be an option for parents if they believe it is best health interest of their child and family. This is scary and unprecedented time for all of us, but forcing mandate of an unproven vaccine on children is wrong. Please keep personal medical decisions between families and their doctors. I urge you to be inclusive of the needs of parents like me and find a better equitable solution. I'm requesting the city of Beaumont take an official stance and oppose local implementation of federal and state COVID-19 mandates. Myself and many other parents have formally requested Beaumont USD to also oppose the mandates in our district. Please join Beaumont USD in this fight for our children. I hope the city will demonstrate leadership and strength during this time and represent those advocating for choice. I urge the city of Beaumont to stand strong and join the other cities and counties in California fighting for their citizens' rights.
So Nicole, is that the end of the written ones?
I have 3 more.
3 more written ones?
Mhm.
Okay. I was just going to suggest that for the people who are online,
Mhm.
if there's, while we're doing this, if there's an opportunity to make sure that they want to address the public comment section, or when we bring up the item 19, which we moved up front. So my thought is that after you're done reading the ones you have written, that we take any comments from people who are here while we clarify from the people on the phone whether or not they want to speak now or at the item 19.
Okay. It sounds like the 2 callers that we have on the line are specifically for 19.
Okay.
Next comment is from Alexandria Estrada. Hello, my name is Alexandria Estrada alongside my husband Geronimo Estrada. We are parents of 3 kids ages 9, 6, and 5. I am also a substitute teacher for Beaumont Unified School District. We are asking for the City of Beaumont support to take a position opposing the state vaccine mandates. We are asking kindly for the cities and the school board to take stand on the vaccine mandates and allow choice from parents on their own children. Thank you for your time. Next is Laura Flynn. I would like the City of Beaumont to oppose any vaccine mandates. These mandates are unnecessary and unconstitutional. Please stand with personal choice and oppose these mandates. And the last written comment I have is from Chris Sentner. My name is Chris Sentner, a Beaumont resident. My family and I have lived in this great community for the last 5 years. We purchased a home here because we felt the community was a good choice for us to raise our son. He is an elementary student in BUSD. I am writing in hopes that my voice may be heard. My wife and I have been very active in BUSD school board meetings since the start of the school year. We believe the district made the right choice by getting the kids back in the classroom. I'm asking the City Council to support the community's freedom and freedom of choice. I'm not asking you to take sides to mask or not mask, to vaccinate or not vaccinate. I'm simply requesting you to support us as a community to have the freedom of choice, the right to make the decisions on our own behalf. This topic has been very prominent in the past BUSD school board meetings. The members hear our words, but have not made a decision to support freedom. In the words of President Reagan, freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. We didn't pass it to our children in the bloodstream. It must be fought for, protected, and handed on for them to do the same. I believe this is more true than ever at this moment. I will not give up fighting for our youth. Hopefully one day they can fight for themselves. Thank you for your time. Beaumont proud, please support our freedom. That's the last written comment. And I'll go to the phone lines. Or in
If those are
person.
for 19, let's hold off on those.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. For this one or for item 19? Okay.
So that'll
I
be
see.
part of the public comments we're going to do right now. Yeah, she'll call you up when it's your turn.
Okay. All right. I have no other comments. Carrie, do we have any callers on the line that are for public comment and not for item 19?
No, I just have 2 callers pending for item 19 specifically. I shared we would go to them after the room speaker spoke.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so then I'll call up Mr. Glenn Stoll.
Glenn, hey, Mr. Stoll, can you hold on for a second? I don't know that your microphone is on.
Is it working now?
It's working.
Okay, I'm holding a document. Name's Glenn Stahl. I live in Cherry Valley, Beaumont area. I have a document here. I took the COVID test in August of this year, and I tested positive for the protein, the antibody protein against the spike protein. So I tested at 361, which is a real high level. I actually was infected with COVID-19 January 5th. I got very ill and I had the medications to take to help fix it. And I got over it within about 3 days. My wife got it. She was sick for a month. My brother got it. He was sick for a month. I got the medications for him, but it took the time to kick in. And the reason I'm showing you this, I think if a police officer or a fireman or any city employee has actually had COVID, and test positive and it shows they have the antibodies should not be mandated to take a vaccine in order to have their job. Because they're not supposed to take this unless they do it with their consent. When you hold a gun to their head, basically their job, their house payment, their car payment, and feeding their family and say, you're going to lose your job if you don't take it. That's a form of extortion, as far as I'm concerned. And this here should be considered and accepted as just as being good as any vaccine. And now we're finding out the vaccines do not work. They're a total failure because people have to take a booster shot. And I understand in the country of Israel, they're on their second booster shot. And 90% of the population got the vaccine, and it doesn't seem to be working for them. So now they've come up with a new one out of Africa that's been around for quite a while, but now they just popped it up to start using it to push another booster they're going to have in a couple months. So I'm totally against this vaccine. This is moving through our society. The mask might slow it down a little bit, but they're totally ineffective. I'm glad I caught it. Now I have the antibodies and I feel like I'm safe. I'll just close by saying I was in line to get a routine blood test for my cardiologist the other day. And a young lady behind me, probably in her 40s, has congestive heart failure, and she was perfectly healthy up until she got the vaccine. And the doctor said that's the only thing he could find that could have caused that. And they did a cath on her, and she has no blockages. The muscle tissue has been severely damaged. So there's 850,000 serious side effects been reported on this thing. That's why your parents are really fearing for the life of their children, the long-term effects of this. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
No other speakers.
Okay, so we'll move on to the consent calendar. Items on the consent calendar are taken as one action item unless an item is pulled for further discussion here or at the end of action items. Approval of all ordinances and resolutions to be read by title only. Are there any items that anyone on council would like to pull for later discussion? And do we have anyone asking to speak on any of these items?
No, sir. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line for consent items?
No callers on the line.
All right, so I'll entertain a motion at this time.
I'll move to approve the consent calendar from item number 3 through item number 9.
I'll do roll call. Councilmember Lara? Councilmember Santos?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor White?
Yes. And now we'll take the public hearing, item 10. We'll hold a public hearing on a tentative parcel map number 38090 for consideration of a finance and conveyance map to subdivide 223 acres into 7 parcels, 1 remainder parcel, and 2 lettered lots consisting of phase 4B of tentative tract map 31462 within the Oak Valley and SCPGA Golf Course Specific Plan, APN portion of 413-790-010 and 012 and 042. And we get a staff report from Carol Kendrick.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Carol Kendrick, Planning Staff, presenting this item. The application was submitted to staff on March 4th, 2021. For this public hearing in the Planning Commission, we did place a combination ad in the Press Enterprise and notified property owners within a 300-foot radius. No comments have been received to date. The Beaumont Municipal Code, section 16.04.020 does designate the Planning Commission as an advisory agency charged with reviewing and making recommendations on all proposed subdivisions in the city. And the Planning Commission conditionally approve, disapprove tentative subdivision maps and submit them to council for final approval. The Planning Commission did review this application at their November 9th Planning Commission meeting and is recommending approval to the City Council. Just to give you a brief history, the Oak Valley SCPGA SP was adopted in the County of Riverside in 2001, and it did allow for approximately 4,300 dwelling units. The property was annexed into the city of Beaumont in 2003. The development includes the Tournament Hills and Fairway Canyon development projects. Fairway Canyon is broken down into 4 phases, with phase 1 and 2 complete and phase 3 nearing completion. The proposed finance and conveyance map subdivision is located within phase 4, and it includes planning areas 18A, 18B, 20A1, 20A2, 20B1, 20B2, 20C1, 20C2, 21B, and 22A through D. There was also an EIR that was certified for the specific plan in 2001, and the latest addendum was approved by the City Council in 2014 and is subject to mitigation measures. The proposed subdivision does not present any changes or additional impacts that were not previously analyzed pursuant to section 15162 of the CEQA guidelines. So at this time, staff would recommend that the City Council open the public hearing and take public testimony and approve tentative parcel map 38090, subject to the development agreement and the attached conditions of approval, and direct staff to prepare a notice of determination for the applicant to file with the Riverside County Clerk Recorder. This concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have, and we also have the applicants in the audience as well.
Okay, I will open the public hearing at 7:02. And do we have any public comments on this item?
I have no written comments and no requests from public in the audience. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line for this item?
No callers on the line, Nicole.
So I will close the public hearing. It's still 7:02. And we'll move on to council discussion. Does anyone have comments or questions for staff? Mr. Martinez.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. A couple of quick questions. So number one, just remind me if the vacant parcels are transferred or sold off, the original development agreement goes with that, correct? I mean, we don't start over again and have a new agreement.
No, and for this particular phase, the council approved in September a partial assignment to transfer the development agreement for this area to Meritage that purchased the property from the master developer. So that they would go, any new developer would go through the process of having that development agreement assigned to them.
Okay, and also with that, I'm not a very big supporter of the 25-year term when it comes to development agreements. I believe that there really has to have a significant impact to our city to have such a long agreement. I know councils of the past kind of wrote 25-year agreements, just kind of carte blanche, but it's not, no, I'm not a fan of that. So can you tell me what our policy or perhaps practice is currently for our agreements that are coming for future development?
We as we are reviewing development agreements that come in, staff, Christina can also allude to, I mean, we are rejecting ones that are, more than 10 or 15 years because it doesn't seem to make sense for the city. And I don't know if Christina wants to elaborate any.
Sure. Yeah, we've heard this from council before, Councilmember Martinez, and so any new inquiry into development agreement, we've relayed that information to the applicants, and all development agreements must be approved by council anyway, so they would be coming forward to you for ultimate decision or modification if that's what was requested.
Okay. I wouldn't be opposed to consider it, but my requirements are that it would have to have really a significant impact for such a long time term. But thank you. That's all I need. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Lara.
Thank you, Mayor. Carol, under the standard conditions, condition 5 indicates, I just want to make sure that this is clear, that this map is approved for financing and land conveyance purposes only. So no applications for building permits or grading permits would be accepted under this type of a financing or conveyance map, correct?
That is correct, and that's what is stated in that condition number 5. We've made that quite clear and wanted to make sure that it was conditioned. The applicant is very anxious to move forward, so we have been seeing some permits come through, and we've been responding appropriately.
So the underlying maps would need to be recorded prior to any building permit activity, is that correct?
Correct, and the phases in Fairway Canyon for this particular application are under tentative track 31462. There are several dashes that need to record in order for any of these lots to be developed that are proposed in this finance and conveyance map in front of you tonight.
Okay, and the reason I bring this up is just in my prior experience as a building official, these get kind of squirrely as far as the financing maps go, and developers sometimes are eager to begin working on finance maps where they're not legally allowed to. So thank you for that clarification. That's all I have, man.
Mr. Santos, are you good?
I'm good.
Okay. So at this point, take a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve tentative track map number 38090, parcel map 2021-0008, subject to the development agreement and the attached conditions of approval, and direct city staff to prepare notice of determination for the applicant to file with Riverside County Clerk Recorder.
I'll second.
Councilmember Lara,
Yes.
Councilmember Santos,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez.
Yes.
Mayor White.
Yes. Okay, so we're going to skip to item 19 now. And before we take comments on this, I would like to hear a staff report. And then following the staff report, we'll go ahead and take comments from the public. We'll start with the people in person first. And then after that, we'll have council discussion. One last thing, speakers are allowed up to 3 minutes to make comments, and we don't really have a way to see the time running out.
It'll blink here when there's, can you see it though?
No, we can't. I can't.
see it at all.
Can you?
I can barely see the top of it, but
Yeah.
Okay. I can add a beep at the one.
That would be
minute.
good.
Okay.
That would be good. Okay, thank you. When you're ready, you can call the first public comment.
Do you want staff report first?
That's right.
Okay.
Yes, so it was a staff report. Sorry about that.
Okay, I'll be brief on this. This item was requested by Mayor Laura, outgoing Mayor Laura. He asked that an agenda item be placed on tonight's agenda, wherein the council would consider opposition to the federal COVID vaccine mandate. The item is submitted to the council in furtherance of that request. By way of background, on September 9th, 2021, President Joseph Biden issued an executive order directing the Department of Labor to require all businesses with 100 or more employees to ensure that their workers are either vaccinated or tested once a week. On November 4th, OSHA adopted emergency temporary standards requiring all employers with 100 or more employees to enforce mandatory vaccination requirements by January 4th, 2022, or face fines of up to $13,653 per violation and up to $136,532 for each willful violation if employers fail to enforce these requirements. On November 6th, 2021, the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals issued a preliminary injunction restraining OSHA from enforcing its ETS, and I'll talk about that just briefly here in a moment. And there have been lawsuits filed throughout the United States by a majority of the states challenging the COVID vaccine mandates. These cases have now, through a lottery that was conducted, been consolidated with the Sixth Circuit Court of Appeals. So in response to that request by outgoing Mayor Laura, we prepared a resolution. It's titled "A Resolution of the City Council of the City of Beaumont, California, supporting the position taken by numerous states that have challenged the emergency temporary standards adopted by the Occupational Health and Safety Administration, OSHA, imposing civil penalties on certain employers who do not enforce mandatory vaccination requirements by January 4th, 2022. So this resolution is a clear statement of, if the council so inclined, would be a clear statement of the council's opposition to the federal vaccine mandate. And the case that was cited, there's been a number of cases where injunctions or stays have been issued. In fact, there was a preliminary injunction issued just today, and that was in the state of Georgia versus Joseph Biden. And that was issued by the U.S. District Court, Southern District of Georgia. And the states that were involved in that lawsuit included Georgia, Alabama, Idaho, Kansas, South Carolina, Utah, and West Virginia, challenging the federal vaccine imposed mandate on federal contractors and subcontractors. And today, the court issued an injunction nationally against the vaccine mandate. And that was, again, that was the U.S. District Court in Georgia. And then there's also, in November, the United States Court of Appeals for the Fifth Circuit issued a stay of enforcement of the federal vaccine mandate. In that case, the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeal found that the OSHA imposed vaccine mandate, or the alternative being tested weekly and wearing a mask, that standard was arbitrary and capricious, that it was overly broad. And I'm summarizing here. It was arbitrary and capricious. It was overly broad, under-inclusive, exceeds federal government's powers, intrudes upon state police power, which was reserved to the states, commandeers U.S. employers to compel millions of employees to receive the vaccine or bear the burden of weekly testing. And then there's also, in the state of Missouri versus Joseph Biden, a preliminary injunction was issued in that case as well. And that case involved medical workers. I think what would be germane to the council would be, and I think what prompted the discussion by Councilmember Laura, was concern that the vaccine mandate could be imposed on city employees. And so really it's in the context of that it comes before you this evening. Perhaps one of the concerns is that it could result in the city losing employees if we were required to enforce that vaccine mandate on the employees. It could increase costs for the city in terms of training personnel, and any other number of factors. So with that, it's the resolution is presented to the council for its consideration.
And one question, we're going to discuss what an ETS was.
Sure. An ETS is an emergency temporary standard, and that's what's addressed in the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals case on this issue. And so when we refer to ETS, it stands for Emergency Temporary Standard. In its 50-year history, as the court noted in that case, OSHA has issued just 10 ETSs. 6 of them were challenged in court and only 1 survived. And in order to issue an ETS, there are certain factors that must be demonstrated. The federal government has to establish, and OSHA has to standard, and I'm just looking for the language here. Well, they have to find that it is, let me just see here, give me 1 second. It's an extraordinary power under the emergency provisions of the Occupational Safety and Health Act. moment. And the statute empowering OSHA allows OSHA to bypass the typical notice and comment proceedings for 6 months, for providing, quote, for an emergency temporary standard to take immediate effect upon publication in the Federal Register if it determines that employees are exposed to grave danger from exposure to substances or agents determined to be toxic or physically harmful, or from new hazards, and that such emergency standard is necessary to protect employees from such danger. And the court notes that emergency temporary standards are an unusual response to exceptional circumstances. The court also noted that it is an extraordinary power that is to be delicately exercised in only certain limited situations, but that the vaccine mandate at issue in the case was anything but delicately exercised, or a delicate exercise of this extraordinary power rather than a delicately handled scalpel. The mandate is a one-size-fits-all sledgehammer that makes hardly any attempt to account for differences in workplaces and workers that have more than a little bearing on workers' varying degrees of susceptibility to the supposedly grave danger the mandate purports to address. And the court also noted that any argument OSHA might make in the case that COVID-19 is a new hazard would directly contradict OSHA's prior representation to the DC Circuit that there can be no dispute that COVID-19 is a recognized hazard. The court ruled that the mandate is staggeringly overbroad, applying to 2 out of 3 private sector employees in America. All else equal, a 28-year-old truck driver spending the bulk of his workday in the solitude of his cab is simply less vulnerable to COVID-19 than a 62-year-old prison janitor. Likewise, a naturally immune unvaccinated worker is presumably at less risk than an unvaccinated worker who has never had the virus. The mandate fails almost completely to address or even respond to much of this reality and common sense. The court also concluded that the mandate is under-inclusive. The most vulnerable worker in America draws no protection from the mandate if his company employs 99 workers or fewer. The reason why, because as even OSHA admits, companies of 100 or more employers will be better able to administer the mandate. The court notes that this may be true, but this kind of thinking belies the premise that any of this is truly an emergency. Indeed, under-inclusiveness of this sort is often regarded as a telltale sign that the government's interest in enacting a liberty-restraining pronouncement is not, in fact, compelling. The under-inclusive nature of the mandate implies that the mandate's true purpose is not to enhance workplace safety, but instead to ramp up vaccine uptake by any means necessary. The court also notes that the mandate likely exceeds the federal government's authority under the Commerce Clause because it regulates non-economic inactivity that falls squarely within the state's police power. And the court notes that the courts have always rejected the reading of the Commerce Clause that would permit Congress to exercise police powers, which were reserved by the states when the Union was formed. And I think that's it. That's all I have that I've noted that I thought might be helpful to the council from the case.
Thank you. So we'll go ahead and start with the public comments.
First public comment is Pat Wayne.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Pat Wayne, and I live at 412 Saddle Rock here in Beaumont. And my husband and I have been here for 6 years in what we now call our forever home. We love it here, and I was so pleased to see the actions that this council has taken to grow our city and manage its finances so effectively after we moved here. Thank you. Thank you for your services as elected officials. So I've had my 2 vaccines plus my booster, and I wear a mask at all times in public to protect myself as well as my neighbors from COVID. To be honest, none of us want to wear a mask. None of us wanted to be required to get a shot. But the majority of us in our community are willing to do it because we've researched the science, and we not only want to protect ourselves, but we want to do the right thing for our family, friends, and neighbors. And we're willing to set aside doing whatever we feel like with what is the ethically responsible thing to do. And for me personally, the Christian thing to do. It's no secret that COVID-19 pandemic has brought the tension between individual rights and the public good front and center. But I want to urge you to set aside this resolution against vaccine mandates for our government workers, especially now that we're seeing variants. Just today, Omicron came out that even if you had antibodies, it's breaking through it. So why box yourselves in when we may need to reverse ourselves down the line? I know that you care about your government employees and you don't want to force people to do something they don't want to do. But I urge you to embrace your authority as our local government who care about the welfare of all of us. And I know you don't even want one person to contract COVID and suffer long-term effects on your watch. Government does have certain powers that allow it to determine when individual rights must give way to the protection of public health. And I think it goes beyond health issues. And I believe we must all work together across party lines to ensure that we don't once again see our hospitals overwhelmed, our businesses shut down, our schools return to online learning, let alone any of our loved ones die. I'm all for individual rights, but not when those rights impact my right to be healthy. And I'm doing whatever I can within my power. So I hope you will too. Thanks for listening and thanks for your service to our city.
Thank you, Ms. Wayne.
Next speaker is Ray Gelser.
I'm sorry, Ray, what was your last name?
Geiser.
Gotcha, okay.
Sorry.
So, good evening. I'm Ray Geiser, and I've lived here in Beaumont since 2009 in Four Seasons with my wife, Sharon. To Mayor Lara, Mayor Pro Tem White, and all the council, I welcome this occasion to shed some light on the issue of vaccine mandates. To that end, I have to ask, are COVID-19 vaccine mandates ethical? People cite bodily integrity, personal integrity, and freedom as the most common justifications for refusing vaccines. It's true that everyone has the right to refuse a medical intervention for their own good. But vaccines not only protect the person vaccinated, but also that person's family, neighbors, and classmates or coworkers. No one has the right to go into a crowded classroom or workplace unmasked and unvaccinated. Vaccine mandates do not unethically discriminate. Discrimination is wrong when it is based on irrational reasons or animus, such as discrimination based on race or gender or disability. But vaccine mandates are simply a tool and they apply equally to everyone. They don't impute blame or seek to shame the unvaccinated. They are intended only to keep the entire population safe. Finally, requiring proof of vaccination does not violate a person's privacy. Individuals are free to decline to give information about whether they receive a shot, but if they do decline, they must expect reasonable consequences to ensure everyone's health. Additionally, federal health information privacy rules apply principally to healthcare providers and not to businesses or schools. There's also a public health exception to privacy rules. Requiring people to get a vaccine is part of the fabric of American history. You can go back to the Revolutionary War when George Washington compelled troops to get smallpox vaccination, saying it was necessary to safeguard the soldiers and to win the war. What entitlements do I have as a rights-bearing citizen? It's now time to ask, what duties do I owe to my citizen? It's now time to ask, what duties do I owe to my neighbors, my community, and my country? Getting a COVID-19 vaccine, as the nation and the world are undergoing historic health crises, is badly needed for the common good and mutual solidarity. And so we are now faced with the ethical and moral responsibility of a city such as Beaumont to entertain the possibility of opting out. While no formal proposal has been submitted, the implications are far-reaching, since the potential financial liability of a municipality doing so needs to be addressed. Infections which might result from exposure to COVID-19 from unvaccinated employees of the city would seem to be a huge financial risk. To help in spreading, Sharon and I have both been fully vaccinated, and that was easy. So I thank the council for hearing me out on these issues and look forward to a continuing dialogue.
Mr. Stoll, you want to speak on this item also?
Yeah.
Okay. Glenn Stoll?
Yeah, Glenn Stoll, and I'm not vaccinated, and I never wear a mask, and I don't fear death because I'm a Christian. And I want to say your attorney did an excellent job. That was a fantastic presentation, very rational, and it made a lot of sense. I think the judges see how ridiculous this is, shutting down the United States over a communist biological weapon, far as I'm concerned, that was turned loose on the United States. Unfortunately, Fauci helped finance it with grants to that lab in China. I understand I'm hearing on alternative news because the fake news, you don't hear about a lot of this stuff, but the courts are addressing it and they're responding to this ridiculous. And you can see all the parents are against getting this shot into their children. And this doesn't affect children. There's more damage being done to the population from the vaccine, the children, than children actually getting sick from this. It's just, if you look at the news, the actual statistics and everything, it's ridiculous. It's incomprehensible to me that we've allowed them to get away with this. It's unbelievable. They're coming down here and they're threatening. You're taking an employee. This guy's perfectly okay with putting a gun to the head of your policeman and say, take the vaccine or you're fired. Find another job. That's extortion. That's threatening somebody. There was a Nuremberg code developed because of what the Nazis did in Germany. And it expressly comes out and says, you don't do stuff like this. You don't threaten, you don't intimidate people. I'm not against vaccines. I've had a lot of vaccines, smallpox vaccines, polio vaccines. They're actually PAX vaccines. They had to change the definition of vaccines because this is not a vaccine. It's a product. And now they're telling everybody you need a booster. And now they got this Omicron that's come out. It is not near as damaging as COVID-19 was. This thing has went on and on because we didn't treat it just like the common flu. Somewhere between 75 and 150,000 people a year have died from the flu, year after year. Most of them are old, they're weak, and they get pushed over the edge. Everybody gets old and everybody dies. Right today, this day, I got somebody in critical condition, a family member. I went down to visit him. I couldn't visit him. He said, you got to run out to find a drugstore and get tested. And it has to be within 72 hours. Our schools, everything is being disrupted in the United States because the Communist Party made this, they designed it and inflicted it on the United States.
Mr. Stoll, I need you to wrap it up.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I have no other comments in person. Would you like to go to the phones or written comments?
Let's go to the phones first, please.
Carrie?
Okay, your first caller is Deborah Ellis. I'll transfer her in now.
Thank you.
One moment, trying again.
Caller, can you hear us?
I can.
Okay, go ahead. You're
Should
online.
Okay. Hello, good evening. My name is Deborah Ellis, and I live in Beaumont. I moved here about 11 months ago. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak tonight. As a nurse for 31 years and a nurse practitioner for over 20, I do trust and believe in the value of science and in the protection that vaccines have to offer our growing community. A community that is rapidly including young and vulnerable children. We know that the way to contain and reduce the risk of community spread of infection is by vaccination. We also know that those seriously ill and dying from COVID-19 in the hospitals are the unvaccinated. I am asking our elected officials to carefully consider the vaccine mandate and support this for the health and welfare of our entire Beaumont community. Thank you so much for your time this evening, and good night.
My second caller is Jane Gentry. I'm transferring her in now.
Caller, can you hear us?
I certainly can.
All right, go ahead. You're on the line.
Okay. Okay, good evening. My name is Jane Gentry. I've been a Beaumont resident for 4 years. Thank you, City Council members, for having a process that allows me to address you. We are in unprecedented times. Is this the flu or is it a pandemic? The Center for Disease Control's flu data for the last 10 seasons of 2010 through 11 through 2019-20 shows that an average of 36,000 people per month die. 36,000 people per year, rather, have died from the flu. That's 3,000 people per month. The CDC also has COVID data that shows that between February 2020 and September 2021, 21,371 people have died, making that 19-month average 48,493 people per month, far exceeding the flu data. Riverside County Public Health Department reported as of December 5th, 2021, that 55% of the population of District 5 is fully vaccinated. In Beaumont, there have been 8,055 cases of COVID and 92 people sadly have died of COVID. And Riverside County Public Health Department shows that the Delta variant is still a variant of concern. Now we're faced with a new variant, Omicron. We still don't have much data on this variant, but the World Health Organization is calling it a variant of concern, as is the CDC. We don't know how many other variants there are or there will be. In the COVID epidemiology status report dated October 1st, 2021, prepared by Riverside University Health System Public Health Epidemiology, the data shows that unvaccinated people were 27 times more likely to get COVID than fully vaccinated people, and unvaccinated people had 100 times the risk of dying from COVID than those who are fully vaccinated. To protect the Beaumont City employees and everyone they serve, please keep the vaccine mandate in place. The data clearly shows that the vaccine protects and saves lives. COVID appears to be with us for a while, so we must learn to do what is most prudent to live with it and save lives. Thank you for your service and your time this evening.
Carrie, do we have any other callers on the line?
No callers on the line.
Thank you. So before council starts a discussion, I know that our city clerk would like to comment on this, but before you go, Mr. Millman, in the past, the comments from the city clerk or the city treasurer have been held during the public council comments. And I'd like to do it differently. If you have something you'd like to comment about, you don't need to fill out a form, but you do need to do it during public comments and not during the council's discussion. So we're in public comments for this item. You're up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I believe in God. I am fully vaccinated because I care about the lives and health of others, not just myself. And that's what Christianity is supposed to be about. It's kind of ironic that we're discussing this issue on the anniversary of Pearl Harbor. When the Japanese attacked our country in 1941, we united in a common cause, even though the government instituted measures like the draft and rationing. When bin Laden attacked America on 9/11, we again pulled together as a nation. Sadly, our country has changed and not for the better. Even though we are now under attack by COVID, one of the worst health crises in my lifetime, too many people refuse to work together to stop the pandemic. They refuse to get vaccinated or wear masks or get tested, even though more than 90% of those currently hospitalized or who have recently died from the virus are unvaccinated. I frankly cannot recall ever seeing such blatant selfishness or lack of caring for others. And I know I've never seen so much misinformation and so many conspiracy theories being spread in the face of a national crisis. Sadly, I believe this resolution will empower those people to continue their obstruction. This is not just about our city workers. It's also about their families, friends, and other Beaumont citizens who run the risk of being infected by unvaccinated city workers. Despite the need for unity in this time of crisis, COVID has been turned into a political issue, being driven by ideology, not public health and safety. I will continue to strongly support public health measures that will help stop this killer virus and save thousands of American lives. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And before we go to council comments, I'd like to get a couple clarifying answers from both Mr. Pinckney and Mr. Ford. Pardon, sorry. So, Mr. Pardon, what is the current policy with city employees?
We are and have been following the county mandates with regard to workplace safety, which kind of follows on from the federal through the state and on down. We do have a program of self-attestation. So if you can provide evidence that you have been vaccinated, then you don't have to wear a mask, let's say, in the workplace. if they're required. If you do a test and you provide verification of vaccination, then you don't have to wear this mask. So, and then there's some exceptions for other departments. For example, public safety has an exception that was drafted pursuant to the state guidelines and mandates that came forward that allow discretion by public safety personnel. And there's some critical reasons for that. As public safety is out in the field and needing to show their face to be able to communicate, and they're engaged in high stress situations, they may need to take off their mask for other public safety related and personal safety kind of issues. So generally, that's the policy that we've got established at this point.
And those policies are coming down from state through the county, local government health policy, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then, Mr. Pinckney, tonight we are looking at the option of either approving tonight's resolution, which is a draft resolution. If we did approve it tonight, would it come back for a formal vote on the 21st, or is approving it tonight, we are done with it?
We would be done with it this evening.
Okay. We're also given the option of refusing to approve it.
That's correct.
And we also have an option of giving you direction as to how to bring it back if we do want to bring it back, correct?
Correct.
And this is just impacting federal mandates. It doesn't impact the state or the local government, county magnet.
So the federal mandate through OSHA would require all employers with 100 or more employees to comply with the vaccine mandate, and that is employees either get vaccinated or they wear, they get tested weekly and wear a mask.
Okay.
So, but I wanted to also point out in the case that I mentioned earlier, state of Georgia versus Joseph Biden, I think that some of the language in that case helps put the discussion in context, and not so much whether you support or oppose the idea of getting vaccinated. As the court noted, as another court has preliminarily enjoined the same measure at issue in this case, has stated, quote, "This case is not about whether vaccines are effective. They are," close quote. Moreover, the court acknowledges the tragic toll that the COVID-19 pandemic has wrought throughout the nation and globe. However, even in times of crisis, this court must preserve the rule of law and ensure that all branches of government act within the bounds of their constitutionally granted authorities. So, the context of it is not whether you believe in vaccination or whether you think it's a good idea. The issue is whether there's a belief, as some of the courts have expressed, that the federal government has overstepped its bounds by mandating that people be vaccinated.
And one last question, the 5th district ruling, it stands if the Supreme Court doesn't take it up, correct?
It's a stay. What that means is the case is going to proceed to final judgment. And in order to issue that stay, the court found that the plaintiffs were entitled to a stay, that they had demonstrated they were likely to prevail on the merits, and that they would be irreparably harmed. The states and the private employers in that case would be irreparably harmed if the federal vaccine mandate were enforced while the case is pending and working its way through the judicial process. So it's not a final determination in the case. It's just a stay of enforcement of that federal vaccine mandate while the case proceeds. Similarly, in the state of Georgia versus Joseph Biden case, that is a preliminary injunction to enjoin nationally the enforcement of the federal vaccine mandate against federal contractors and subcontractors while that case works its way through conclusion and adjudication on the final merits.
Okay, thank you. And now we'll move to council comments.
Mayor, if I could interrupt quickly, I'm
Sure.
sorry. I have 5 written public comments.
Oh, I'm sorry. Please read them.
First one is Monica Satley. I'm a Beaumont resident and I am opposed to any kind of support given to COVID-19 vaccine mandates for employees and public school children. requiring an American citizen to receive an injection of questionable substance, with which he or she feels uncomfortable in exchange for the privilege of working or participating in public school, is one of the most un-American things I can think of. An American citizen has a right to work simply because he or she is an American citizen. In addition, people who want to honestly and morally earn their living should be encouraged to do so, not forbidden from it. Any government leader making COVID-19 vaccine mandates is a traitor to American ideals. Any government agency supporting traitorous ideals is un-American. Please oppose COVID-19 vaccine mandates.
Mayor, can the clerk repeat the name for that?
Sure.
Monica Satley. Next speaker is Sherry Morocco. Hello, Beaumont elected officials. I'm a 36-year resident of Beaumont. I graduated from Beaumont High School, decided to return home after college and have my family here, and currently I work for Beaumont Unified School District as a teacher. I love our little community and all that it stands for. This little California town that we all love so much is pretty close to some great old American small towns, a rare find in California. But what I think is most special about our small community is our people who, like me, choose to live here and work here in the community that we all call home. Tonight, I am emailing to ask to take a stand and protect our community workers, citizens, and possibly our children by opposing COVID-19 mandates for the vaccine. I am not an anti-vaxxer at all, because to me, vaccine eliminates disease, and this COVID vaccine mandate does not. Our freedoms allow choice, and with such a mandate, there is no individual medical choice. If someone feels their child or their family members should get this vaccine, that is their right and should be respected and protected. Just as I feel it is others' protected right to choose not to get it. This is about freedoms and choice and being mandated to comply, not just about a vaccine. Therefore, I'm asking you to stand strong with the other cities and reject any COVID-19 mandates for our city and city workers. I am also asking you to stay strong in this fight so that we can keep businesses open and not lose business as Palm Springs has by mandating patrons need to have the vaccine. And lastly, I'm asking for your support to fight for our children. Please join the Beaumont Unified School District and local parents reject state mandates for our children at school. I am asking as an educator and mom to allow my family to make our choices and use the freedoms that many of our local military families have fought for. It saddens me to think that if government mandates continue as they have been proposed in the state of California, my family and I will be forced to relocate from this little city we love so much to another state. But these are real possibilities in a time when we have to protect our families. Next one is Sonia Colchado. I'm a resident in Beaumont, California, and I'd like to make a comment regarding the resolution for emergency temporary standards adopted by Occupational Health and Safety Administration. The idea that you're even considering a resolution on this matter is ridiculous. According to the California Department of Industrial Relations Division of Occupational Safe and Healthy, on June 17th, the Occupational Safety and Health Standards Board readopted the revised Cal-OSHA COVID-19 Prevention Emergency Temporary Standards. These standards incorporate the latest CDPH guidance on face coverings and eliminate physical distancing requirements except for certain employees during outbreaks. Our world is currently still dealing in a health crisis in the pandemic that has affected millions in every country. It is our due diligence as Americans to do our part to reduce the spread of COVID-19 as much as possible. If you are considering a resolution for such a critical public health matter, what other safety precautions are you going to disregard due to your personal beliefs, be it religious or political? It is your responsibility as representatives of this community to do what you can to assist in this pandemic. This is not the time or place to impose your personal ideologies into something that affects us all. If that is the case, then you should sincerely resign and return any public funds to provide to Beaumont for COVID-19 relief. Next comment is from Crystal Valdez. I'm writing this email today to state that I oppose the city's stand on opposing any state mandate that helps stop the spread of COVID. I can't believe the city is even entertaining the idea of opposing something that is meant to keep the public safe. Please do your due diligence and do not vote against any state mandates. At this point in the pandemic, we should treat everyone as unvaccinated, which the requirement for that is masking and social distancing. And the last comment I received is from Heather Rayleigh. I read her comment during public comment, and she resent it asking that it be read again. But I thought I would ask.
The same comment that we read before,
Correct.
we'll pass on that.
I have no more written comments.
Okay, thank you. I'll open this up to comments and questions from the council. Mr. Lara.
I'll go since I had made the request that this item be placed on the agenda. Just so I guess we'll state for the record, I am not an anti-vaxxer. I myself am vaccinated along with my wife. We were vaccinated early March as soon as we were able to for personal reasons in regards to our family. But this resolution, and I agree with one of the comments that was made, was that our attorney had put together a resolution that is on mark. It's the Constitution of the United States that we need to look at here and that we all swore an oath to uphold. The 10th Amendment of the Constitution provides powers not expressly delegated to the federal government are reserved for the states. That's the focus of the resolution, and that's the focus of my comments here today, which is there was an executive order that was mandated by the President of the United States, which did not go through Congress. And in my opinion, well, it is actually an overreach on the state's rights to protect health, welfare, and safety of the residents of the state. That's where I'm coming from. This is not a personal issue. I just want to make sure that we as a council are focused on upholding the Constitution as we swore an oath to do so, and let this work through the courts as it's currently doing now. That's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Martinez?
Well, let me just go through a few things. So regarding, courts have upheld the right to protect public, that the right to protect public health and safety does not violate an individual's civil and legal rights. Vaccine mandates have existed in some form since the late 1800s. Vaccines work. Diseases such as smallpox and polio have been eradicated due to vaccines. The COVID-19 vaccines are proven effective and are scientifically sound. They are not new technology, nor are they experimental. Statistics show that the overwhelming majority of the new COVID cases are coming from unvaccinated individuals. Variants of the virus are emerging at an alarming rate, causing some parts of the world to consider shutdowns. Healthcare workers are giving testimonials that they're seeing the return of hospital visits at an alarming rate and warn that we could return to the dire conditions in the ER we experienced during the height of the pandemic. It's disturbing that many of the individuals who are against vaccines are the same individuals who are impatient that we aren't returning to a normal way of life. They seem to be doing everything in their power to prevent a return to normalcy by not cooperating with those worldwide proven methods that help us get out of this pandemic. Are we tired of masks? Are we tired of showing proof of vaccinations? Are we tired of getting tested? Are we tired of social distancing? Are we tired of the limits to event capacity to not be able to visit our loved ones in the hospital? Then let's do what it takes, as inconvenient and uncomfortable as it is, to get back to normal. Complying with the mandate that is established to protect the health and well-being of all individuals is not a win for one partisan side over another. It's not an acknowledgement of disloyalty to one partisan side or loyalty to another. It's about the difference between what is the right thing to do for all, and that is keeping us safe. The resolution, in my opinion, promotes an anti-vaccine sentiment. For those that say it's the reach of the federal government's authority, then I ask one thing. If the governor is going to require mandatory vaccines for workers, are you then going to support the mandate? I understand that an individual's right to choose what to do with their body is paramount to our principles as a free nation. But I believe in those very rare and uncommon situations, such as a global pandemic, that the public health and safety is paramount to our survival. As for the ETS, it's a ruling of one court's opinion, and is subjective to the interpretation by the Supreme Court if they choose to hear that. I believe that this resolution is a political ploy. I have nothing to do with those types of resolutions, and I understand, and no disrespect to our council, we do so well together, but every once in a while we do have a disagreement, and this could be one of those. So I will have to oppose the resolution. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Santos.
Yeah, I'll make it quick in here. And I came from other country. I mean, I'm from the Philippines, and before we came here, we got the I would say requirement to be vaccinated, and we do. I always comply with that. I mean, even now, I'm fully vaccinated. Me and my wife. I got my booster just I think that was Sunday. I got that. So I'm more on the public safety and public protection, and I would say to you that I know everybody's going political. I'm not a politician. I'm more on business and a straightforward person. And the only thing I could say on the resolution right now, I will really oppose that. I mean, I will reject it. I mean, because again, because of the I know we have choices. That's the reason I'm here, because of the freedom and liberty on this, and that's the reason I took the my vaccination, because that's my liberty and choices in here. But I think it's good for the whole, not society. I mean, for the whole citizen, that I will be well protected, and public health is my main concern. That's the reason I'm involved in here. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. So let me start by saying, as far as I understand, and maybe Mr. Pinckney, you can respond to this, there are no state mandates, vaccine mandates at this time, other than the school district mandates, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So we're not voting to overturn or to ignore state mandates. In actuality, we are taking, if we approve this resolution, we're taking the position that the federal mandates have currently been ruled unconstitutional and are in the courts. And I think if I remember you correctly, all three of the primary federal mandates have been stayed by the courts.
The ones that we've addressed tonight have been stayed or enjoined by the courts. And, as I mentioned earlier, the litigation with the circuit courts has been consolidated with the Sixth Circuit Court of Appeals. Whether it ends up in front of the Supreme Court remains to be seen. Obviously, once the Supreme Court rules, then we're bound to follow the law of the land, whatever that ruling is.
So is there anything in the resolution, if we were to pass it tonight, that says that if the courts in the Supreme Court determines that it is a constitutional order from OSHA or from the federal government regarding some of the, we're just talking about the OSHA mandate today. It's not saying here that we are not going to follow that, correct?
No, the operative words of the resolution are that the City Council of the City of Beaumont supports the position taken by numerous U.S. states that have challenged the ETS and vaccine mandate on constitutional grounds. The council further resolves that the federal government has overreached its power and constitutional authority by issuing the ETS without congressional approval. The City Council pledges and affirms its sworn duty to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States. And so implicitly, if the U.S. Supreme Court were to take up one of these cases and rule that the federal vaccine mandate is lawful, then by that, the council, in supporting the Constitution and the laws of the land, would abide by it, if that were the ruling.
And if we did approve the resolution as drafted, and that did come down, it would be automatic that the city would start to follow the OSHA mandate, because we're an employer of more than 100 people, correct?
If the federal vaccine mandate were upheld by the Supreme Court, for example, or by an appellate court after final determination and not reviewed, and it applied nationally and not reviewed by the Supreme Court, then that would be the law of the land, and it would apply. It would apply in the state of California. We'd be bound to follow it.
And if it is ruled unconstitutional, or the states stay in place, and the governor or the state legislature were to put in mandates, we are not, by passing this resolution tonight, ignoring those mandates that may or may not come down from the governor or the assembly.
No, this is specifically focused on whether the federal government has the power to impose a federal vaccine mandate for employers of over 100 employees. And one of the arguments that's made in the litigation is that this impedes state police powers. The Councilmember Laura mentioned the 10th Amendment. The 10th Amendment recognizes that federal government has those powers that were expressly conferred to it, and that all other powers not expressly conferred to the federal government are reserved for the states. And so if the states adopted a vaccine mandate, the state of California did, then Beaumont would be subject to it. States have police power.
And if we're defending the Constitution, we constitutionally required to follow that.
You would.
Okay. And if, seeing that we only have 4 council members here tonight, if the vote were to end up in a 2-2 tie, at that point, are we able to bring it back? Can we, tell me what happens in that?
The motion would die. It would fail. Motion would fail for lack of a majority. And so the 2 council members that voted against it would be the ones that could bring it back.
Okay. Okay, so let me, this is, the comment comes up often that we're not politicians. We are politicians. We're elected to a position which by definition, we are a politician. But we also have our personal beliefs, and we also have to follow what we think is in the right, that is in the best interest of our citizens. This is not about state mandates. This is not about school mandates. This is about the constitutionality of the federal mandates. I am not an anti-vaxxer. There was a comment made by one of the public comments that refusing vaccines, as long as you understand there's a reasonable consequence to those who refuse. And there's a discussion about the financial liability of the city if someone gets infected when we pass this resolution. In my opinion, it does not change, because we're not passing a resolution. We're not going against mandates that we are already following. We are following the state mandates that come through our local government. And for someone to say that the reasonable consequences to refuse is something that we should be willing to accept. I was not vaccinated up until a few weeks ago, and I became vaccinated primarily because my employer, who's a federal contractor, told me that I was required to do that. I have been employed by my employer for 25 years. I have 5 to 6 years left to go for retirement. And I made the choice to keep my job and keep my career. And I don't believe that that's a choice that I should have to make over vaccines. We can get into the arguments about whose science is the right science, how often the official description of science has changed in the last 2 years. We can get into the argument of whether or not the vaccines are dangerous. I do agree with the fact that the vaccines are effective. They are not what was promised to us. They are not, in my opinion, the end vaccine, but I had no choice. And I think that's against my rights as a citizen and my rights for the privacy of my medical decision. But I wanted to bring that all up, not to hold myself out as someone special, but just to make sure that we have full transparency. I'm okay with businesses imposing vaccines on their employees. If it's the business's decision, I'm okay with businesses requesting or requiring that people wear masks, or people are required to prove that they're vaccinated. I'm okay with that direction coming down from businesses as a business decision. But for the government to tell me that I have to do something that is in this realm, that is, I have a problem with that. I still am concerned that I made the right choice, but to me, there was no choice. So when someone says that you have a choice and you just follow the consequences, when you've been working for an employer for 25 years and you're 5 years from retirement and you're 60 years old, you don't have a choice. And so that was my decision, but it really was not my choice. So with that, I believe that this is an important enough issue that we should have our 5th council member present to weigh in on this. And I would like to make a motion that we table this till the 21st. But before the rest of you, before there's a second, and before we take a vote, I'd like to open up for you to respond to the comments that I or any of the other ones who've spoken out after you have made. And also, if there's any suggestions, since if my motion to table it till the 21st is approved, if there's any suggestions on the draft resolution. Could we do that after the vote? And if it's not approved, it doesn't matter. We provide you with direction to bring it back if.
So if you make a motion to table the item and there's a second, there's no debate on that. There's just a vote taken on whether to table it or not.
Okay. So before the second is, I can open the comments to my colleagues. And would anyone like to respond?
I'll make a quick response, Mayor, if I may.
Sure.
I just, so again, when I look at resolutions, I always ask myself, is it truly for the benefit of the city? That's the way I look at it. And yes, we might have diligence, as some might say, towards the Constitution and so forth to uphold, but then you have to ask yourself, is that resolution really for that purpose? I've always said that if the resolution is doing more harm than good, then I question the purpose of that. As we saw with our speakers, we've got a 50-50 split pretty much. So, I mean, really, is it helping our city heal and go forward if we're making something as controversial that will divide the sentiment in the city? Again, and I look at the intention of that resolution to see if it's really grasping the purpose and fulfilling the purpose of what the intention is. And I just don't see that with this resolution, and no disrespect, but again, that's my opinion. I think that we should vote today, and if it doesn't pass, then we're welcome to, someone can redraft and go back and say maybe, an alternate type of a resolution could return. I mean, that's always a council member's prerogative to do that. But I don't think we need to delay that. And that's my opinion. So those are my comments. And I thank you for everyone today. Again, I respect all of our council members, and it's difficult when we do have this slight disagreement, but it's healthy. Healthy discussion is good. So
Thank you. Mr. Santos or Mr. Lark, would you like to comment?
Oh, I think we don't need to, put this up for another, discussion. I mean, the way I see it, I mean, I'd rather, do a vote now on this so we could go forward.
Mr. Lark?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I agree with Mayor Pro Tem Martinez. I respect the comments of council, and we're not going to agree, as I indicated earlier in the meeting, on everything. I do, however, think that this does address the 10th Amendment, and I don't think that we can start deciding to pick and choose which amendments we're going to support and which ones we aren't. And I will just share with you some of the comments that were made in regards to the vaccine and how the vaccine works. And I think my wife and I were vaccinated, like as I indicated early on. We did that by choice as a family to protect one of our family members. Recently, the wife came down with COVID. She's vaccinated. She also spread that to the rest of the family. Vaccinated as well as unvaccinated family members. Fortunately, we're all okay, but it can be spread if you're vaccinated. It doesn't protect you from carrying it. It doesn't protect you from spreading it. I think it does help you as far as hospital stays or the term duration of the COVID infection. I fortunately did not get it. No, I was lucky. So again, but this is not whether you are a pro-vaccination or anti-vax person. This is an overreach of the government. And I think as council members, we took an oath to uphold the Constitution. We didn't take an oath to pick and choose which amendments we would uphold, which amendments we would support. And so I would just support the fact that this goes through, that we approve this, move this forward, and let this work its way through the courts. That's my thought, my opinion. And I think this is important enough to wait on. So.
One last question, Mr. Pinckney, just to clarify a comment by Mr. Martinez, that if it does fail tonight, we can't bring it back in another form. Only the two who vote against the amendment or the resolution.
Only if Councilmember Martinez or Councilmember Santos brought it back,
Assuming they're going to vote against it, correct?
assuming based on their comments that they're opposed to it. Yeah.
Okay. So is there a second for my motion to table it?
I will second.
And can we have a roll call?
Councilmember Lara,
Yes.
Councilmember Santos,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez,
No.
Mayor White.
Yes. So that motion fails. I will entertain a motion on the resolution.
I will make a motion to adopt a draft resolution by waiving the full reading and adopting by title only a resolution of the City Council of the City of Beaumont, California, supporting a position taken by numerous states that have challenged the emergency temporary standards adopted by the Occupational Health and Safety Administration, OSHA, imposing civil penalties on certain employees who do not enforce mandatory vaccination requirements by January 4th, 2022.
I'll second that.
Councilmember Lara,
Yes.
Councilmember Santos,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez,
No.
Mayor White.
Yes. That motion fails. We'll now move on to item number number 11. Appointments to Finance and Audit Committee, Economic Development Committee, and Administrative Appeals Board. And we'll start with a staff report from, would that be you, Nicole?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
This item is for the appointments to the Finance and Audit Committee, Economic Development Committee, and Administrative Appeals Board. Currently, the Finance and Audit Committee has a total of 4 vacancies. 1 is an expiring term, and 3 positions are vacant, being resident member, resident/business owner member, and alternate member. The Economic Development Committee has 1 ending term vacancy, being the post-secondary education representative. And the Administrative Appeals Board currently has 4 vacant positions. Attached to this item are the applications received for these positions. And I can provide a spreadsheet of the applicants' names. And then each council member could rank each applicant, with one being their first pick. The applicant with the lowest number would be the overall highest rank. This is just a tool to help you guys decide which ranking you have each applicant. It's not required. But there is a requirement that there is a motion for each appointment to each position. So attached, you'll find the Finance and Audit Committee has, sorry, let me flip to it. 4 positions and 4 applicants. Economic Development Committee has 1 position with 1 applicant, and we received 0 applications for the Administrative Appeals Board. And I'll take your direction whether you would like to do the spreadsheet with tally ranking, or if you would like to just do nominations and vote on each member.
I would like to address the Economic Development Committee first, since there's only 1 applicant. Is there anyone who would like to make comments or make a motion to accept Von Lawson onto the EDC?
I'll make a motion
Okay,
to accept Don Lawson as a reappointment on this. Mayor.
okay. We have a second?
I'll second.
I'm sorry, I failed to mention, I do have some of the applicants on the Zoom, if there's any questions for them.
Okay, let's take a vote on Mr. Lawson first.
Councilmember Lara,
Yes.
Councilmember Santos,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez.
Yes.
Mayor White.
Yes. Now, regarding the Finance and Audit Committee, if you have people either here in person or online that are one of these 4 candidates, I think we could give them a couple minutes to make their case.
Let me just check to see who I have on here. I don't believe I have any applicants on Zoom any longer. We had
Okay.
1 earlier.
Do we have anyone in person?
No, sir.
Okay. So what do you guys say? We go ahead and do the spreadsheet, or there's 4? Do they all fit do they fit the right requirements if we approve these 4?
There is. Let me get to my list. There's 1 vacancy for the resident business owner, and applicant Dennis Garcia fits that criteria,
Okay.
and the rest fit the criteria as resident member.
For 3 openings or 2 openings?
There's 2 resident member openings and then 1 alternate
One
member.
alternate. Okay. Questions, comments?
Mayor, if I may, I'd like to make a comment for one of the
Sure.
members. So being on the Finance and Audit Committee, Mr. Vanderpool has been an outstanding contribution to the committee. He was the alternate, and then due to a vacancy, was appointed to fill that vacancy. So he is requested, he really had a few months only, and within that few months, he's done so much with the committee, and he's had tasks that were given to him and he's completed with outstanding product. So I really would like to advocate that Mr. Vanderpool be reappointed to that.
Okay. Any other comments about any?
I agree with Mayor Pro Tem Martinez with Mr. Vanderpool, since he didn't have an opportunity to serve a full term. And if possible, I'd like to just go ahead and make a motion for Mr. Garcia as well, since he's the only business owner. And make a motion to move Mr. Garcia and Mr. Vanderpool in, and then we can decide on the last 2 if it's that's okay with you, or if that's okay with council.
I'm okay with that. I'll second that.
Okay.
Can you repeat that for you, Nicole? You got it, okay?
I got it. Mr. Pinckney, do we have to do two separate motions for each, or can we combine those? The way the code states, it's a nomination for each and then a vote.
I think based on the comments made that it's okay to go ahead and do them.
Okay. Okay, so I have a motion by Councilmember Lara and a second by Councilmember Santos to appoint Garcia and Vanderpool. And roll call, Councilmember Lara,
Yes.
Councilmember Santos,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez.
Yes.
Mayor White.
Yes. Okay, so now the next position is both Christina and Caroline qualify for the position we're looking at, and one may likely be the alternate.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes, Mayor.
do you guys want to just discuss, or do you want to do a ranking? There's only two of them to rank at this point.
I just had a comment type
Okay.
question type thing, if I may. So when I looked over the applications, and we're always thankful that residents come forward to apply for our committee. So that's always an outstanding thing to happen. My only concern, and they're not here to ask, is that Ms. Hopkins shows that she was a former accountant, but I don't see education in that background for finance. And then she shows a 4 years experience, whereas Ms. Sanchez shows many years of experience as a CFO for the Wildlands Conservancy. So if I were to look at just the resumes, I would say that Ms. Sanchez would have more experience than Ms. Hopkins in that regard. But that's purely based on the resumes.
Anyone else comment?
Mayor, in reviewing the resumes, I came to that same conclusion. And so if we did a vote, my ranking would be Ms. Sanchez would be like my one, and then Ms. Hopkins would be my two.
Are you good, Mr. Santos?
Similar to that, yes. I'm good.
Okay. So I'll go ahead and make a motion that we,
But before you do that, if the two candidates are on the phone and want to be heard before you vote, you should hear.
I can check to make sure they're not on the line with Carrie. They're not on the Zoom call. Carrie, do you have any callers on the line?
No callers on the line.
okay, no one on the Zoom call then.
No, sir.
Okay. So I'll move that we approve Christina Sanchez to the Finance and Audit Committee.
I'll second.
Councilmember Lara,
Yes.
Councilmember Santos,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez,
Yes.
Mayor White.
Yes. And I'll make a motion that we approve Caroline Hopkins to the alternate position on the,
I'll second.
Councilmember Lara,
Yes.
Councilmember Santos,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez,
Yes.
Mayor White.
yes. Okay, we'll move on to item number 12. Approve a non-exclusive license agreement with the Cherry Festival Association to operate and maintain an office and meeting room space in the Albert A. Chatney Senior Community Recreation Center located at 1310 East Oak Valley Parkway, and request to waive fees associated with facility usage. We have staff report from Doug Story.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. Yes, tonight we have the staff report, and we are looking at an opportunity to approve a non-exclusive license agreement with the Cherry Festival Association. The Cherry Festival Association, as many of us know, is a nonprofit organization that organizes one of the city's premier events, and that is the Cherry Festival. That is a 4-day event held here in the city of Beaumont, in our downtown area at Stewart Park. And it draws in thousands and thousands of people to our community. It includes a parade, music, bands, the carnival, food vendors, and different vendors. It's a great time to bring our community together, and it's something that has been a true staple in our city for many, many, many years. And they came to us with a proposal to use one of the offices that we have at the Chatney Community Recreation Center. They would like to use that office to help with them being able to do their day-to-day operations, give them kind of a home base that's in the community, and also give them a public place that allows them to have members of the community come to them as the Cherry Festival nears. Not only are there many meetings with the various vendors and the people that help put on the event, but also members of the community as they make purchases and prepare for the event as it comes. Also, as part of this, we would allow them to host their board meetings that they have. They do have a board, and they have regular meetings in preparation for the Cherry Festival. And so this non-exclusive lease agreement also allows them to do that. And as part of this agreement, we also would waive the fees that would be associated with them using that space for either their board meetings and also the office space as well. So if you have any questions in regards to the agreement, I can answer those at this time.
Thank you. Do we have any public comments?
I have no written comments. Carrie, do you have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line.
Okay, we'll begin council discussion. Mr. Martinez.
It's a quick question. Mr. Story, the Cherry Festival Association was using a space in that building prior, correct?
Yes, they were. And this was an opportunity for us to come to kind of solidify and formalize that agreement and the use of that room, that office, correct.
And my only question or concern, which is, I'm sure I know the answer, but having that room occupied for, permanently, or a lot permanently, but consistently full-time, I guess, doesn't put a burden on any of the other organizations, or you haven't seen a need for other organizations to want to do things there, but couldn't because there was something occupied?
No, the Chinese Center does have some specific offices that are designed just as offices. There's also numerous meeting rooms that we still have open and available. And due to the configuration of our department and the various things that our community services department oversees, we have some offices here at City Hall that are used by staff. And so there are available small offices up at the Chatney Center.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes.
Anybody else? Mr. Lara.
Mr. Story, so are we looking at 8 to 5 Monday through Friday, or is just like a part-time office use?
I believe the hours would probably vary for them. I don't anticipate to see someone. I do believe I'm not on the board, but I do believe it's volunteer positions, and that would be a pretty intense volunteer schedule. But I do believe that they'll have access to the building when our building is open. And so they would have kind of those regular hours if that's what they wanted to meet. I'm sure there'll be weeks closer to the event where they might be there more. But they would have the access to that if they needed to while we were open.
Okay, and they only have access to the building while staff is there, correct?
Yeah, correct.
This does not require our staff to be there.
No,
receptionists or anything like that.
No, we don't. And the way that it's configured when they first come in, if someone were to ask that they need to speak to someone, then we can direct them in the right position, the right direction. But we do that with everybody, whether they're coming in for yoga or Cherry Festival questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Story. That's all I have, Mayor.
Okay, Mr. Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. Quickly in here, Doug, are we getting insurance on this? I mean, the city will be insured and named on this using our facility?
Yes, so there are, as part of the agreement, yes, we will have some things that they'll turn into us. Indemnification was part of the agreement that the city attorney's office did review for us.
Very good. Thank you.
Yes, numbers 8 and 9.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, real quickly, the city council would need to find that there is a valid public purpose behind waiving the fees for the Cherry Festival. The basis of those public purpose can be economic benefit to the community. It could be public service to the community. In the context of the Cherry Festival, it has a significant economic impact to the community. It creates an opportunity for participation and volunteerism within the community. In addition to that, there is a scholarship program that they do operate that supports residents of the community as well. So there are some valid public findings of public purpose, I think, that you could find in considering the fee waiver for the Cherry Festival.
Okay. And how do we put that into a motion?
Just make that you make those findings that were described by the city manager as part of your approval of the license agreement.
Okay, so we will go ahead and add the findings that you listed and include that in. I will go ahead and make a motion to approve the non-exclusive license agreement with the Cherry Festival Association and authorize the city manager to execute the agreement on behalf of the city of Beaumont because of our public findings as listed.
I'll second.
Councilmember Lara,
Yes.
Councilmember Santos,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez.
Yes.
Mayor White.
Yes. Okay, item 13, the First Amendment to the Public Works Agreement with Mariscal Painting Incorporated for the repaint and stucco project at City Hall to include repainting of Building B and Building D in the amount not to exceed $35,200, and authorize the city manager to approve additional change orders up to $3,520. And we have another staff report from Doug Story.
I will still hear it. I'm excited to bring this one to you. I hope all of you have noticed the new paint job that the City Hall received, and I think City Hall looks really great. That was part of our CIP project. It was an amount for the total amount given to that project was about $250,000. And that was to do painting and some landscape work here at City Hall, just to spruce things up and really beautify the campus here. We started that project. It came to the council in September. We awarded that contract to Mariscal Painting, and they came out and finished the paint here at City Hall just before Thanksgiving. In their final walkthrough, we did talk to them about what the costs would be associated with painting 2 additional buildings here on our City Hall campus. Those 2 buildings are the Public Works Building, which is Building B, and the Transit Building, which is Building D in the back. We wanted to see what that cost was. They gave us a quote of just about $35,200. And tonight we are coming before you with an amendment to their original contract that I brought to you back in September to add those 2 buildings to that project. We have plenty of money in the account, that project, our CIP project, and so we would like to add those buildings to it here tonight. So with your guys' approval, we can get them started on a couple of extra buildings here.
Thank you. Do we have any public comments?
I have no written comments. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line.
And we'll go to council discussion. Anybody want to discuss or make a motion?
Good, Mayor, I'll make a motion if there's no discussion.
No, quick comment. I mean, did a good job. I mean, especially before the VA, our Veterans Day parade. And right there, the day before that, Doug, they finished it. That was great. Thank you.
They did. They've been a great contractor to work with.
Yeah. That's all, Mayor. No, sorry.
I'll make a motion to approve the First Amendment to the Public Works Agreement with Mariscal Painting Inc. in the amount of $35,200 for the repainting of buildings B and D for a total revised contract amount of $112,566, and authorize city manager to approve the change orders up to $3,520.
I'll second.
Councilmember Lara,
Yes.
Councilmember Santos,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez.
Yes.
Mayor White.
Yes. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just to help the transition, you need to let me know if you want to speak. I'm not going to go to each of you and say, would you like to speak? You
Okay.
just need to, get my attention, and I'll look for that. Okay. All right.
I have to do it like this. Hey, look, I'll do like this, man.
That's fine.
Okay.
That's fine. Okay, so now we move on to item 14, right? Which is approve the second amendment to the agreement for an extension of a contract with Clinical Laboratory Services of San Bernardino Incorporated to provide laboratory testing services at the City of Beaumont wastewater treatment plant in an amount not to exceed $126,800. And we have a staff report from Faxton Van Bell.
Good evening, council. Yes, so tonight's item is to request approval of a contract extension with Clinical Laboratories. After issuing an RFP in late 2018, we entered a contract with Clinical Laboratories in 2019. We've been very happy with their services and recommend extending their contract for services at this time. With that, if anyone has any questions.
Do we have any public comments?
I have no written comments. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line.
Okay, questions or comments? I'll entertain a motion. See no comments.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve approval of second amendment to agreement for an extension to January 2nd, 2023 with Clinical Laboratory Services of San Bernardino Inc. to provide laboratory testing services at the City of Beaumont wastewater treatment plant in the amount not to exceed $126,800 per year.
I'll second that.
Councilmember Lara,
Yes.
Councilmember Santos,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez,
Yes.
Mayor White.
Yes. Item 15, contract for full cost allocation plan and comprehensive user fee study services. Staff report from Jennifer Eustachian.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council. City issued a RFP for a full cost allocation plan and comprehensive user fee study on September 28th, 2021, in response to an audit finding and recommendation, as well as an effort to maintain periodic fee studies. The last study for a cost allocation plan and user fee study was in 2016. The city received 4 proposals in response to the RFP. Wildan Financial Services at $33,930, Revenue and Cost Specialists at $34,980, Matrix Consulting Group at $45,000, and MGT Consulting at $49,860. A committee was created for the evaluation and selection of a firm, and all departments that would be impacted by the services was represented. The city invited Wildan Financial Services and Revenue and Cost Specialists, RCS, for oral presentations and interviews, and the committee unanimously agreed that RCS provide the best services related to the city's needs based on their proposal and presentation. All RCS principals have had prior city experience serving as analysts, managers, or directors. RCS is knowledgeable in fund accounting, department structures, and municipal services. Proposal also includes Windows-based costing software that was developed by RCS, which will allow the city to continuously update the cost allocation user fee studies, as well as input hypothetical services to calculate the estimated cost of providing new services. Once the project is complete, RCS will ensure that the system and data files are properly installed with no licensing limitations. RCS will provide training and lifetime support for the software. And included in your packet is a professional services agreement with Revenue and Cost Specialists with the fiscal impact of this contract at not to exceed amount of $34,980 and is within budget. And we have Chu Tai, Vice President of RCS, is here tonight, and he's available to answer any questions council has. And we'll open up to any questions that you do have.
Thank you. Before I ask for comments, we did say the gentleman for that company is here tonight?
Yes.
Okay. I do have a question for him.
Good evening.
I just want to make sure that the software that you use in the comprehensive user fee study is, are you using any GIS software?
No, we do not have any GIS. It's not related to GIS.
Okay, thank you. We'll go ahead and open this to public comments. Who have any public comments?
I have no written comments. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line.
Okay, we'll open this up to comments from council.
Mayor, I have one question.
Sure.
It's for the vendor. The software that they include with their bid, which is great. I think it allows us to continuously update our cost allocation. Are there any, I guess what you call service fees that would be due as a part of that software, or is that software just included with your bid proposal?
There is no service fee. The software we're licensed indefinitely to your city to use. And we definitely provide the training, and we'll work with you to answer any questions over the software.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. That's all I have, Mayor.
Mr. Martinez?
I was reading because I was looking for something and I couldn't find it. Sorry, Mayor. Yeah, quick question. So, and going along that line as far as fees, so is there anything that we should know about that we might want to consider in the future that you offer as support, or tech support or whatever that might come up? I'm just trying to make sure that there's no hidden fees like the commercials.
Yeah, there's absolutely no hidden fees, and we do have a lot of clients that take advantage of that and call us, and we have no problem. We like to work with past clients. We consider them current clients, and help them walk through the process, and that gives us an opportunity to answer questions as well on how to structure certain fees and so forth. So we like the ongoing engagements with our clients.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Santos?
To follow up on that questions, a quick one in here. Is there any fees for any upgrade or any especially on training our staff on here on this software? Seems like you have a great software.
Oh, thank you. We're excited every time we update the software, so we want to get the word out and say, hey, please use it. So obviously we don't charge any software. I mean, we feel it's an obligation that if we do upgrade, that we want our users, our clients to learn how to use it effectively too, because it makes our job easier.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve a professional services agreement with Revenue and Cost Specialists for full cost allocation plan and comprehensive user fee study services.
I'll second.
Councilmember Lara,
Yes.
Councilmember Santos,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez.
Yes.
Mayor White.
Yes. Thank you. Item 16, establish public agency retirement services 115 trust, employment benefits, trust program account, and appoint a plan administrator. Staff report from Jennifer Eustachian.
Yes, thank you again, Mayor. On November 16th, 2021, Council was presented with different options for a pension 115 trust that the city could use as a tool to address rising pension costs. It was agreed at that meeting that staff would bring back the Public Agency Retirement Services, also known as PARS representative, to present to Council the 115 trust option with Highmark Capital as investment advisor services and U.S. Bank as the trustee. And should Council be in agreement that the PARS 115 trust is discussed as the right choice, then staff would recommend that the City Council adopt by resolution to establish an account with PARS and appoint the city manager or his designee as the plan administrator for the program. There is no cost to adopt the PARS 115 trust until assets are placed in management with the trust. And with that, we have Jennifer Meza from PARS here tonight to present the PARS 115 trust option.
Thank you, Jennifer. I'd go ahead and share my screen. Can you see my presentation?
Yes.
Okay. Well, good evening, council members. Thank you so much for allowing me to present here in front of you tonight. I'm going to be talking, as Jennifer mentioned, about the Section 115 Trust, which we call our Pension Rate Stabilization Program. This allows the city to put money aside into a locally controlled trust, allows you to diversify those assets, have a little bit of equity exposure at your preference, be able to use those assets in the future to pay down your liabilities. And the great thing about that is that you can potentially earn a greater rate of return than your general fund. I'm going to go ahead and go to slide number 370 of your packet. Should see it on your screens as well. Just my contact information. If we go to slide number 371, part of this program has 3 different providers that manage the account itself. I belong to PARS, the company at the very top there. We administer, implement, and do retirement programs only for public agencies. We've been around since 1984. The current program that we're going to be talking about is our fastest growing program to date. But again, we provide services to cities, counties, special districts up and down California. There are 2 other providers that are involved in this program. On the left-hand side, you see US Bank. They are the trustee. So any assets that are put into this program go directly to US Bank. They're safeguarding those assets. Anything were to happen to the city, anything were to happen to PARS, these assets are only exclusively protected for the purpose that they were intended for. So no creditors can access them for any other reason other than what you put them in for. The third provider.
Excuse me, Jennifer.
Yes.
Could you go to full screen on your PowerPoint?
This is directly from the website. I can zoom in a little bit more if that helps.
Okay.
Perfect. Okay, and then no problem. And then the third provider on the bottom right is Highmark Capital Management. They are the investment manager of the account. They're assisting you with the investments on the account. As I mentioned, there is the ability to diversify your assets, have some equity exposure on there with the guidance of a portfolio manager assisting you along the way. Highmark Capital Management actually is under Union Bank, and as of September 21st, 2021, Union Bank did announce that they had agreed with US Bank to go ahead and sell all of their shares over to US Bank directly on there. This is subject to certain conditions and regulations approval, and it should be expected to take effect the first half of 2020. So by 2022. So by 2022, you'll only have 2 providers under the program. It would be PARS and US Bank. If we go to the next slide, our Section 115 trust is very flexible. We do have what's called a private letter ruling from the IRS, confirming that any earnings on the account are tax exempt. The program allows you flexibility when it comes to contributions. Your city can choose when to contribute into the account. You choose to adopt it today, you don't have to fund it for a year, for 2 years, for 3 years. Very flexible. We don't require contributions in any given year. Let's say, for example, this fiscal year, you have assets to put aside, but next year, maybe something happens. Something happens with the budget. There's no assets to put into the program. Not a problem. You choose when to put money into the account. Reimbursements out of the account are very flexible as well. As I mentioned, these are for pension obligations. So you can either reimburse yourselves for any pension related obligations, or you can pay CalPERS directly for your costs at any point in time. There's no cost to set up, as Jennifer mentioned, no contributions at any point in time. They're very flexible. Some agencies have adopted the program, like I mentioned today, if you choose to do that, and then you fund it whenever you're able to, when the city's able to put additional funds on there. Investments are very flexible. We're going to go through those investments in just a few moments. And we also have what's called subtrust accounting. So if for some reason you want to have this program, but you want to go ahead and put money aside for your miscellaneous pension related expenses in one bucket and in another bucket for your safety group, you can certainly do that. Very flexible when it comes to that. We go to the next slide, slide number 373 of your packet. We're very transparent, want to provide you with all the information, who's under our program. As I mentioned, this is our fastest growing plan. We've had it since 2015. Over 245 agencies that have adopted the program, such as City of Palmdale, Yucca Valley, and of course the County of Riverside as well. Please feel free at any point in time, if you know any of your counterparts at any of these cities, we welcome you to contact them, ask them for referrals for parts. We're very proud of the program and the service that we provide. If we go to the next slide. So prior to 2015, the only way that an agency could lower its unfunded liability was to pay CalPERS additional assets. But that is exactly the reason why the Section 115 trust started, because agencies would send additional assets to CalPERS and they would lose all control of managing that account and all control of the investments and the risk tolerance. Agencies started to realize that once they sent money over to CalPERS, they will lose all control of those assets and the way that it was invested. So for example, we've had agencies where their unfunded liability is $10 million. They've said, you know what, we have one-time funds. We're going to send those $10 million directly to CalPERS, be 100% funded. Well, that helps short-term, but long-term, those agencies realize there's a lot of different factors that change at CalPERS. The lowering of the discount rate, which we've seen in the last couple of years, went from 7.5% to 7%, and just this year went to 6.8%. That affected agencies' funded status and continued to put more pressure on the liability. We also saw the shortening of the amortization go from 30 to 20 years. That certainly will affect agencies' funded status as well. So those agencies that at one point thought, well, we're 100% funded, we're good. Now we're seeing their funded status go down. And they're actually having to look at other tools to be able to address these long-term liabilities. And that's why our program actually has been so successful, because agencies have requested alternative ways to address their liabilities, ways to fund their account where they can locally control those assets and talk about the risk themselves. If we go to the next slide, this slide shows you the liabilities. This is something that you may be familiar with. We always like to provide you with your liabilities directly from CalPERS so you can take a look at where your funded status is at. We compare the June 30th, 2019 numbers with your June 30th, 2020 numbers. The 2020 numbers are the latest numbers available on the CalPERS website. Again, they're always about a year behind when they come to providing that information. Your actuarial liability for 2020, about $90 million. Your assets, about $68.4 million. So that's how much money you have at CalPERS, making your unfunded liability at about $22 million on the account. Your funded status is about 75%, which is in line with most agencies in California. We tend to see anywhere between 70 to 80%. The last two line items are the biggest reasons why agencies are looking at ways to start putting money aside today, because those rates are going to increase. From 2019 to 2020, your rate went from $3.2 million to $3.6 million, but a 13% increase. However, by 2028, that's expected to go up by $4.8 million, about a 31% increase on there. And many agencies are saying our property taxes are increasing that fast, or sales taxes are increasing that fast. So we have to start preparing today for those rising pension costs. If we go to the next slide, you see the breakdown of your miscellaneous group versus your safety group. Your miscellaneous group is going to increase by about 34%. And then your safety group is going to increase by about 29% on the account. Now, agencies say, well, why should we go ahead and do a 115 trust? What's the purpose of it? Why should we set these assets aside? Well, number one, with the 115 program, you have local control of these assets. You choose when to put money into the account. You choose when to pay additional funds to CalPERS. You choose the risk on there. If you were to pay CalPERS today an additional $20 million to pay off your unfunded liability, and your rates went up in 3 years, in 3 years, you can't say, well, CalPERS, we paid you $20 million 3 years ago. Can you go ahead and offset that rate increase? Absolutely not. You lose all control of those assets and what happens to that on there. So agencies want to be able to have a locally controlled trust where where it's not in their general fund, earning maybe 0.3, 0.5%, where they can have a little bit of equity exposure and potentially get a greater rate of return. Number two, as I mentioned, we know the rates are coming. It's just a matter of starting to prepare today. Number three is a great example of what happened last year. Case of an emergency. This is an emergency source that you can look at to be able to go ahead and fund and pay down your liabilities. And number four, of course, the fact that you can diversify your assets and have a little bit of equity exposure. The next slide just goes over our investment approach. As I mentioned, there is a dedicated portfolio manager that will sit down with staff and with counsel to go over all of your different goals, your approach to this, your risk tolerance, go over all the portfolios that are available to you. They'll make recommendations, draft up an investment policy on there, and you'll have access to them 24/7, whether it's an email, a phone call. If you have questions, concerns, you'll have somebody to be able to answer those questions for you. Now let's talk about the investments that are available on this account. We have from the most conservative strategy at the very bottom of the page called conservative, has about 15% of equity or stock exposure, to our most aggressive strategy, which is our capital appreciation, which has about 65 to 85% of equity exposure on there. As you know, the 1 year, great returns. Of course, we don't promise these double-digit returns going forward. There's the volatility in the market and so forth. So we always like to look long-term. What are these portfolios returning 5, 10 years down the line? And you can always compare this to your general fund reserve as well, so you could see the difference of what a 115 program with just a little bit of equity exposure, just that 15% can do to your account versus 0, of course. Our conservative strategy for the 5-year returned about 4.95%. Then we have what's called our moderately conservative strategy, just a little bit more of equity exposure, 6.61%. Our moderate strategy, which is a 50-50 split, one of our most popular strategies for these programs, 8.93. And then of course, all the way to our most aggressive strategy, our capital appreciation at 11.42%. So again, like to take a look a little bit long-term, but as you can see, very successful program since it started. Of course, we want to be transparent with the fees. Here are the fees. It's broken down into 2 different fees. First, you have the PARS fee, the administrative fee, starts at 25 basis points or 0.25% and goes down as assets increase. Once again, there's no cost to start the program, no cost for the implementation, and no required contributions at any point in time. The US Bank and Highmark fee is a combined fee, starts at 0.35 or 35 basis points and goes down as assets increase as well. That makes it a total of 0.60 or 60 basis points on the account. Now, as I mentioned, should you adopt today, but not fund for a couple of years, maybe 2 to 3 years for some reason, there's absolutely no cost at all to the city. You have it available, it's on the shelf, ready for whenever you do have additional funds to put aside. And then the last slide here is just the steps to implementation. In order to go ahead and go through with this and give us the green light, we would need the resolution adopted. That gives us the green light to move forward. We provide all of the legal documents to staff. We work with staff to go over the investments on the account, get everything rolling to be able to fund the program. And of course, we will have annual meetings with the city, whether it's annual meetings with council or with staff, or even more often than that. We certainly are going to be here at the beginning of the implementation and of course, throughout the lifetime of the program. And with that, that is the last slide. I'll open it up to any questions or concerns.
Thank you. Before we get to council questions or comments, Nicole, do we have anyone waiting to speak on this item?
I have no written comments. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line.
Okay, thank you. We'll go ahead and open this up to council. Comments or questions? I have, while you're thinking, I have one question. So how is and I don't know if this is for Ms. Mesa or for Station. There were a list of model portfolios that we could select from. Who will be making that decision, or what will the decision process in the city be, determining which model to fall in, that kind of thing?
I'll take that one. We actually have spoken with PARS, and what we're going to do is in the process of creating an investment policy. We're also going to be modeling out different scenarios and working with PARS on getting those models. And within that, it would be up to the city to decide on what strategy they choose to go with based on the information that we have at the time when we're doing the models with PARS.
And that decision will be made by staff as opposed to our other investment advisor?
Correct. That would be by the city manager would be able to make that decision.
And that'll be pursuant to policies that are considered by the Finance and Audit Committee for recommendation to the City Council.
Perfect. Okay, thank you. Any comments, questions? Mr. Martinez?
Yeah, just some comments. So, I'm so thankful that we're at this point just to kind of go back and summarize, we put the money aside because we recognized that the pension liability needed to be addressed. We started to pay our UAL up front, saving us almost $50,000 a year. And now we have a trust that we can help to maintain and the way I look at it is our short-term liability. The long-term liability, and I laugh because CalPERS is a system that is to be reckoned with. We all know that. I don't have any intention to dump money into CalPERS as a here you go do with it. No additional money as a pay down. I'm not looking for that. I mean, even her testimony and what happens when you do that. So I would hopefully not see that as an option from us, and I don't think so. What I like about this is it allows the city to meet those short-term liability amounts in times of economic downturn and so forth by being able to pull out some of those funds or, when needed. So that in turn helps us to make sure that we can maintain services and personnel and so forth without having to dip into the general fund. So I think it's definitely necessary, and I like the way it's set up. I'll be interested to see, the way it's the plans and what the returns might look like and so forth. But I think we're on the right track. It's definitely necessary, and I like the whole idea of being able to meet that short-term liability. Again, in the long-term liability, in my opinion, you'll always have one. You're always going to have one. There's no such thing as paying it off because the CalPERS system doesn't allow that based on the way it's set up. And we had talked about it being broken and all that kind of stuff, but unfortunately, it's what we have at this moment. That's a whole nother story. So all we can do as a city is making sure we're making those short-term liability payments so that we're not getting fined and so forth, and keep moving. And hopefully the system, because the whole thing with the discount rate and stuff just blows my mind. And I'm not enough of a financial person to understand why that works that way, but I know what it does and what the effect is. So that's a whole nother thing, but I think this used to make sure that at least those short-term liability payments are made, I think is awesome. And I think it's our responsibility to make sure that happens. So I support that, and I agree with the way it's set up. So,
Thank you.
Just a real quick comment, Mayor. I echo Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Martinez's comments. When you think back 7 short years ago, see where we were and the financial decisions that we've made to secure our financial future as a city, this is just another step in that direction, and I am very much in support of that. As Mayor Pro Tem Martinez mentioned, I'm not looking to pay long term. I think this is a great step. It gives us the flexibility, and should we ever run across a downturn in the economy that is substantial, gives us the flexibility to use M&A to help cover any losses in that regard. So I'm very much in support of this and look forward to us moving forward. Thank you.
Mr. Santos.
Yeah, I do support this. This is a great program. It's a Section 115 trust, and just like my two councils in here saying that the flexibility. Yes, there's a lot of flexibility on this one in here because of the portfolio. This is a great job. Thank you, Mayor.
And my comment is I agree with everything that's been said by my colleagues, but I would also like to encourage the staff to work with PARS in a way that achieves at least medium-term return that is more than what PERS is doing. I think I still think we have an advantage if we match PERS, that we have the ability to control the money ourselves. So I like that. I think that's a good direction to go. But I think if you look at the models provided, the most conservative model does not meet what PERS estimates they're going to get, which they never meet, never seem to reach their estimate. So I would just like to see that we do take a little bit of risk, not significant risk, but I think we should find a way to outperform PERS, which I don't think is too hard to do these days. So I just want to bring that up. And At this point, we'll open the floor for a motion.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to waive the full reading and adopt by title only resolution of the City Council of the City of Beaumont approving the adoption of the Public Agencies Post-Employment Benefits Trust administered by Public Agency Retirement Services, PARS.
I'll second that.
Good.
Councilmember Lara,
Yes.
Councilmember Santos,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez,
Yes.
Mayor White.
Yes. Item 17, resolution to adopt emergency operations plan. Staff report by Chief Toulouse.
Evening, Mayor and Council. So the Emergency Operations Plan of 2021 requires communities to prepare and keep updated an Emergency Operations Plan, or an EOP. This recognizes potential natural and man-made hazards and to identify and consider mitigation measures to reduce risks associated with such hazards. It's important to remember the EOP is just a tool to guide city officials in planning for and mitigating disasters, and it is required for participating jurisdictions to remain eligible for federal disaster relief funding from FEMA. Unlike the LHMP or the Local Hazard Mitigation Plan, the Emergency Operations Plan details what the facility or agency will do during a disaster, such as incident command implementation, command center location activities. These are specified plans by the department, et cetera. So the EOP must be reviewed every year, and final acceptance of the EOP by FEMA is contingent upon the adoption of the local jurisdiction's governing body, which is you. So in the event of a disaster, city officials would activate the EOC, which would be used to mitigate hazards by using short-term and long-term policies, programs, and projects to alleviate death, injury, and destruction, and then to plan recovery operations that can result from disaster. So the RSO, Riverside Sheriff's Department, the Emergency Management Department at EMD, we all have these plans. They're important for our coordination of resources. And so let's see here. So in October 2021, the Beaumont Police Department completed the city's EOP and was reviewed and vetted by the Riverside County Emergency Management Department, or EMD, in order to finalize the plan in accordance with FEMA. The attached resolution must be adopted by City Council. And so we ask that you waive the full reading and adopt by title only a resolution of the City Council of the City of Beaumont, California, adopting the City of Beaumont Emergency Operations Plan. A lot of acronyms in there, a lot of plans, but I'm here to answer any questions and help differentiate between the two if I could.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Nicole, do we have any public comments?
I have no written comments. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line.
Okay, I'll open this up to council for comments or a motion. Seeing none, I'll move to waive the full reading and adopt by title only a resolution of the City Council of the City of Beaumont, California, adopting the City of Beaumont Emergency Operations Plan.
I'll second.
Councilmember Lara,
Yes.
Councilmember Santos,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez,
Yes.
Mayor White.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Item 18, finally here. Well, item 18 is discussion and direction on food trucks, motorized mobile food vendors. Staff report, Christina Taylor.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The item before you tonight is brought back at the request of Councilmember Lara from a few meetings ago, and it is for discussion and direction on food truck or motorized mobile food vendors. So the City of Beaumont zoning code currently provides opportunities for typical brick and mortar restaurants to operate within the city. Recently, we also adopted and implemented Chapter 5.66 of the Beaumont Municipal Code, which pertains to sidewalk vending in compliance with SB 946. That addresses non-motorized food vendors, among other things. Since the adoption of SB 946, there has been additional interest in and inquiries that have come through staff requesting to allow food truck operations, whether it's in public or private property, or maybe not just food trucks, but different varieties of motorized mobile food vendors. The municipal code is silent on this type of use. The only way in which a food truck can really obtain a permit to operate in the city is through the temporary use permit application process, or if they're part of a special event that's being hosted within the city. So staff did some research on surrounding areas, and there's a summary, a very general summary on what we found for various cities in the surrounding areas. And I'm happy to entertain any questions and provide any additional information if I have it, and take some direction from council this evening on whether or not staff should spend additional time on this item.
Thank you. Do we have any public comments on this item?
Yes, I do. Vince Stern Jacob.
Sir, can you repeat your last name? I didn't get.
Certainly. Vince Stern Jacob. I live on Summerlin Court here in Beaumont.
Perfect.
Thank you. We're all familiar with the issues and the risks that COVID-19 has brought to our doorsteps. And now another potential risk may threaten some of our population here in Beaumont. I'm speaking of the discussion and the consideration the city staff and members of the city council will be taking regarding the issue of permitting food vendor carts and mobile food vehicles to operate within the city limits. So what's the problem and what's associated with that? Here's a couple of them. First and foremost is the inadequate regulatory oversight, lack of hot and cold water that's provided for food preparation, proper food storage temperatures for both hot and cold foods, hand washing facilities, utensil washing and sanitizing, restroom availability, dust, fly and rodent protection, trash, garbage and odor control, food worker training as to state health and safety procedures and sanitation laws. There's numerous contacts that I've made with the county health officials openly agree that this potential decision as to the approval of these types of food operations and carts and so-called hot trucks, that's a loose term, have been solely a political issue with them. So why is there a concern? Well, the handling and the storage and the serving of many of these food products have no safeguards, and the subject to the consumer is being put at risk from the foodborne illnesses that some people have the potential to be possibly fatal in certain population groups. And we've seen this with COVID illnesses, and at the very least, we might see people experiencing vomiting, diarrhea, fever from foodborne illnesses. The Department of Environmental Health, who issues the permits to operate these retail operations and restaurants that are routinely inspected by them, does not routinely inspect these types of vendors. And they rely upon city code enforcement or even possibly law enforcement agencies to look at them, who are highly unskilled, uneducated as to exactly what to be looking for. The health and safety code must be applied and compliance met, or health risks can possibly impact individuals who consume some of this improperly prepared food. The county has made it crystal clear that they do not have the staffing or the funding to provide regulatory oversight, which leads the city to choose to issue a business license or a permit with the knowledge that no health inspections will be performed. This leaves the citizens at a high risk. I hope the city council and the staff will not entertain this proposal. There are enough things that we can control in our lives. This is one of them that we can't, or can, excuse me. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Carrie, do we have any callers on the line?
No callers on the line.
No other comments.
Thank you. So we'll go ahead and open this up to council. Go ahead, Mr. Lara.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Christina, thank you very much for putting this together. So the concern that I have here, and it's one of the reasons I brought it up, is there seems to be a number of food trucks that pop up in parking lots throughout the city. And I think they give an unfair competition to restaurants who are getting the inspections and getting the health inspections that are required. I did some calling to the health department. Health department does issue permits for the food trucks, but they do not allow any outdoor tents, tables, or chairs in the county of Riverside. So if the city was to allow that, it'd be the city's responsibility to ensure that those were inspected and proper sanitizing took place on those items. So I think food trucks serve a purpose as far as for special events, but that would be the only place that, for me, that I would like to see food trucks used. It's a short-term event, maybe 2 or 3 days, and then it's gone. I'm not in favor of using food trucks as outdoor restaurants in parking lots as an option. So some of the things that I was looking at were only allowing food trucks for special events, making sure that the fog or the fats, oil, and grease were addressed. We don't want those dumped into our sewer systems without appropriate grease interceptors. I don't think we should allow any tables or chairs or tents to be set up. Again, I think the time limit should only be during the special event. If you want to set something up in a parking lot, I think that the business that is there, the primary business or the anchor business, needs to have an extra parking to allow for these vendors and their customers. A lot of times, developers will build and only put in the parking spaces that are required by condition. They don't add additional parking. So I think that needs to be looked at anytime that we approve something like that. Trash receptacles. I don't know if Waste Management allows trash receptacles or has a program where they do trash receptacles for the recycling now of the food, along with green waste and things like that. I would also support excluding food trucks in the public right-of-ways. I think that those can create a safety hazard along with customers and cars that would park there. Any vacant lot that's used for a special event, I would say could only be used if the vacant lot was paved, kind of like where they have the outdoor swap meet. And that's to make sure that we can maintain our ADA compliance. The other thing that I think needs to be addressed as well is typically buildings or commercial structures have restrooms that were only sized for the patrons that are going to use that facility. They're not oversized to accommodate outdoor dining or other or these food trucks. So food trucks would also, I think, should be required to provide ADA restrooms as well as standard restrooms. I don't believe that signage, they should be able to post any additional signage other than what is on the truck. And I think that covers it. Thanks, Mayor.
That's it? That's all you have?
Yeah, that's all I have. The ink ran out of, my pen ran out of ink, so I had to stop.
Okay. Any other comments? Sure.
All right, so let me just go ahead and say and then I'll comment. So, the way I look at food trucks is it's a stop and go thing. I agree that, they're gonna go, customer's gonna go and pick up something and leave. I have an issue trying to stifle and discourage any type of commerce. I think I believe in the business flourishing, and I do believe in businesses helping our public. So when it comes to stifling who can have business and stuff, I have a little issue with that, especially during COVID, since it's, we're being more flexible and doing things outdoors. You go and get your stuff. And some may not want to go inside a restaurant yet. And that still allows for that. But here are the things that if we were to allow food trucks, and I haven't, gone there yet, but here's what I'm looking at: making sure they have a business license, making sure they're health department permitted, no alcohol, having trash disposal and a clear place to dispose things, making sure they're not inhibiting traffic in any way, limited signage, hours, exemptions, no, having certain hours of operation, not just, full hours, but limiting those. And we can do that to an extent. If we start to just limit it to special events, then I kind of wonder then what that picture is going to look like. But I'm not opposed to that. I'm kind of on the fence here, and I appreciate the comments, and I can go either way. My biggest concern was I didn't want to start discouraging business or commerce for our city. But a couple of things did come up from a couple of residents that sent some comments to me, and that's one of sales tax. How do they pay sales tax to the city? And how do we know what the receipts look like? Are they required to submit receipts, or how does that work? So that's for staff.
Christina, did you hear that question?
I did hear that. And so, and I don't know, other than how it's associated with the business license, I'm not sure what additional reporting is done from a food truck. So I can check into that though, and provide information back depending on how the rest of this conversation and direction goes.
Okay, and the reason I bring that up is because if they are bringing an unfair advantage and they are stifling business of our local, from our local restaurants, then I do have a concern with that. Because it's not fair that our businesses here that are doing everything correctly are losing businesses, people that come in that aren't paying their fair share of taxes and so forth. So I'm concerned about that. I'm concerned about safety, of course. But I mean, food trucks are everywhere, cities, states, so they're not the villain that people might put them out to be. They obviously can be well done and well handled. And we've had many here at the city, so we know that they are compliant. But the question does arise is if they are being scattered in the city, who's checking them and how do we know and so forth. So that comment is appreciated because we don't, and do we have staff to go and look and making sure, and we don't. So, I'm okay, just to comment if we're taking an approach of being limited. I don't know, can we keep it as a temporary use permit and just make sure that the planning or the permit has parameters on that, limit their amount, limit the time they can do business in Beaumont? That's an idea. Or, I'm okay if we limit them to special events at some point. Again, I'm just looking at that stifling of commerce for the city, but I am concerned about safety and I am concerned about the sales tax because I don't want our businesses to have to suffer for that. So I don't know if I made a position on that comment or not. So I'll hear what everyone else has to say. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Santos, do you have anything?
Yes. Just a quick, giving experience on here. I used to work in LA, and I managed a manufacturing company way back then, 70s and 80s, and they have a system, and we have a system being a manufacturing company, and I'm getting on this one here. Probably we have to do our own ordinance in this one. On the street, they cannot park on the public, right of way, and then they will park on our parking where our employees. I have employees, almost 300 employees, and I have to coordinate with them and tell them what specific time they could go on that specific place. So that will service my employees during that period. And they do cooperate. I mean, cleanliness, because in LA, they do, randomly, and I could report any health risks or unhealthy service. They have to, they have to report to us, especially our employees, because we're particular on that. What I'm saying in here is it's a good experience on that direction. And then at the same time, they have a hot food and then the trash and everything during that period. I don't know now, and they carry their own trash bin and everything to service the public. Now, on on that, we have the breakfast and then we have the lunch during that time, so they cannot park in there for more than 1 hour. So they have to leave because if not, the city is Vernon, city of Vernon. My thing is just I'm next to the first Sis Roebuck. I mean, so they service Sis Roebuck during that period, and then he's I will share one also one experience I have. I mean, if you do go to Hawaii on Maui, especially Kauai, and they do designate a place where the food truck could park and service all the tourists and all, just like you're saying the special events and everything. But this one is you're talking about from six to six. They will park in there, and then let me cover the sales tax on this. And I'm very observant. I mean, doing a business, and they do required to issue a receipt. You cannot get out on that on that boundary or within that area without the receipt. Who's watching that? I think it's honesty on the on the island for Hawaii, and then I'll go back on LA. My experience in there, they do give a receipt on that. So I think it's ethical for those professional. I would say professional, and I do ask for permit. They have a health permit on that, and then a city permit, and then at the same time, I asked them for the police permit on this, so they could operate on the on my area, just to protect the public and my employees on that. So that's my experience on the food truck. I mean, I think in Beaumont, I would say that if we do allow, I mean, we have to be specific on time, and then how we be thoroughly inspect the truck, the food truck, and if not, they will be all over the place. You're right. I mean, the councilors are right. I mean, if not, I would not say abuse the system. If we do the ordinances and then implement it, I think will be good. And then oh, last one, Mayor. They cannot park on the food truck on the competitive restaurants. And what I'm saying, if there most of the food truck service, a burrito, a tacos, they cannot park on a certain area where there's a Mexican restaurant, even Italian restaurant, that they have to compete. So I think we have to look on that. So we could welcome them in restricted ordinances that we could put together. I think it would be good for the economic wise on this. I'm coming from economic development in here because there's a lot of warehouses or companies just coming up. I mean, I don't know how we're going to service that, especially on the First Street, Fourth Street, on the west side of the town. That's all, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think the easiest thing to do here would be to outlaw them, then we don't have to worry about any of these issues. However, I don't think anyone up here is calling for that at this point. I think there's a lot more information that needs to be had. I am, I've got some concerns, and I agree with Mr. Martinez that I don't like to stifle businesses. I wonder, the difference between street vendors and food trucks. If a food truck just pulls up and pops out a tent and sets their food up, they're now a street vendor. And it's because you have to get the item to the street. I don't think people are walking their street vendor equipment all the way without using some kind of mobile transportation. We do have some food trucks or we have some businesses in Beaumont that also have food trucks. Ramona's is one. Also, I believe In-N-Out brings in a food truck occasionally. I'm not sure about the health issues because Mr. Laura, you pointed out that the county does not give health permits. Is that correct?
They do health permits for the food truck itself only, but they don't do any inspections on tables that the food truck may set up outside.
Okay.
And they don't allow tents. So your vendors, the street vendors, couldn't set up a tent. They could do a cart like you see the fruit guys doing. That falls within the street vendor, which is already covered under SB 946.
Right. Okay. So I do agree that we need to be concerned about health issues. The city of Beaumont is not in a position or have the resources to go out and enforce health issues. But I do think that we could require health permits from the county, as well as a confirmation of the way that sales tax is handled. I think that's important as well. But I think that we really need to know more and how this is handled. But I do have a couple of questions for you, Christina. So right now, the current process, as you said, it was a 45 days per calendar year. And what comes with that permit other than it's on private property? Is that the only condition?
So essentially, a temporary use permit regulates temporary activities that can take place on private property within the city. The code allows for a maximum of 45 days in a calendar year. And so a temporary use permit application is filed and it's reviewed by the Development Review Committee, and it receives an approval or denial, or in some cases, an approval with modifications specific to those dates. And then it would include identifying what on-site activities can take place as part of that temporary use permit. It's a pretty simple application. And it's intended, I don't think the initial intent of the TUP was to regulate activities like this, but it happens to be the way the code is, that is the mechanism we have to regulate.
Okay. And so I guess the discussion about what is a street vendor, what is a food truck, and what is someone who sets up a tent. Because I have seen all I think what a street vendor is clear. It's someone with a cart. And obviously at the food truck makes sense, but what kind of requirements or permits for a business that wants to bring in a food provider, a food vendor that isn't a food truck or a street vendor, and they set up a tent and they set up all of their operations? Does that fall under the same use permit?
Yeah, so it would fall under the same use permit. It would be reviewed the same way through temporary use. For the street vendors, our code actually does not allow for tents and seating to be set up. Although I do agree, I have seen it throughout town after hours and whatnot. But a street vendor is supposed to be just the cart and the person vending, and then people take the item and leave. The intent is not for it to linger. So with the TUP, they would have the option in some cases to set up. We typically don't see that, but we find out after the fact that, oh, they are, they've got tables out there now, or they've got a canopy up that wasn't identified as part of the initial approval process. Those tend to be some of the issues that we face with these types of uses.
But if you bring in a business such as that, where they do set up a tent and they prepare the food and then they hand over the food and make a transaction, but the business has their own spots. The private business who has brought that vendor in has their own place for the people to go and eat the food. How does that apply?
So that's a little different. We have some of the service clubs that will do occasional events like that for their members, where they'll set up, say they have a barbecue or they have a spaghetti night or something like that, and it might be open to the public, and people can come in and purchase the food from the vendor and go into their building and sit and eat, or maybe they purchase the food and they take it to go. So those things do occur. From a staff perspective, again, when we look at the application, we're looking for all of those things. Whether or not it always ends up working out the way it's proposed is, case by case.
Okay, and Mr. Lar, you had another comment?
Yeah, just let me give you a little bit more background. So I apologize. So I received complaints from a couple of restaurant owners who are being unfairly impacted by these food trucks. They have to pay lease, they have to pay for health inspections, they have health rating cards. These food truck vendors do not have any of that. So to me, I'm all for commerce, but not at an unfair advantage where it's going to put somebody who's struggling to keep a restaurant open out of business. The impacts to one restaurant owner had indicated that when this food truck opens up down the street, impacts her 40 to 50% of her business on the nights that food truck is open. And they're struggling to survive through COVID. They actually have to have, hire cooks, they hire waitresses. So those are the I guess the unfair advantage that a food truck has that I don't think is fair to a restaurant that's struggling to survive. I think there should be distance restrictions on how close you can be. I think that's a great idea. The tent, Mayor, that you're talking about, if a business has a vendor come in and set up a tent on a parking lot, health department doesn't even inspect that because they don't know that it's going on. And unless the city of Beaumont has health inspectors to do that as a part of the process that we develop, then we would be responsible for doing that. But outside of that, they're I would say a step down in health and safety from a food truck. And so the city really doesn't have a process to really address these food trucks, which is one of the reasons, or the primary reason I wanted this brought back, is so that we could help the city develop a process so that we're more stringent, we get more health and safety requirements. And we work with the health department to find out what they do and what they don't do, and how frequently do they look at these food trucks, because the obviously health and safety of the folks that visit these trucks is critical. Initially, when I was with the county of Riverside, they started this food truck thing, but the idea behind it at the beginning was for special events. It was really not intended to be a restaurant 24/7 type of an application, because their sinks are smaller, their hot water heaters are smaller. It's not something that is set up to be a long-term setup of service. So those are the concerns, and that's why I brought this out. Wanted council to discuss it. I do think planning needs some support in getting an application and a process set up. Thank you, Mayor.
Go ahead, Mr. Martinez.
Quick question. So Christina, if we develop an ordinance and we have all these parameters in there, we can put in there kind of like the yard sale thing, where you can, have, 7 days of, time here in the city twice a year or something like that, correct? So
yeah, we could. There are a number of ways that that we can handle this. And if it's council's direction at the end, I'll bring back some additional information with having taken copious notes through this conversation to show some of the ways that we can address this. But yes, we really have the latitude to create, whether we wanted to create a special application, an ordinance that applies just to this, or whether we wanted to write a set of standards, operational and otherwise, and then utilize, the special events provision that's already codified in the municipal code. I've looked at countless numbers of ordinances that regulate all of these things in some capacity that you all have mentioned this evening. Everything from the sales tax issues and the health department issues to hours of operation, distance from other restaurants, restrooms, ADA, all of those things. So we
Okay.
have the latitude to craft something that will work specifically for our city to meet your goals.
Okay, I don't think there's anyone up here who doesn't want to bring back something for more discussion. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so we do want to learn more about this and take it a step at a time.
Okay, I will. I have my direction, and I'll bring something back.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So we'll move on to legislative updates and discussion.
Mayor, I'm going to step out just for a second.
Sure. I was gonna say, do we want to take a quick 5-minute break or?
Yeah, let's do
All
that.
right, let's take a 5-minute break. All right, we're good to go. So we'll begin legislative updates and discussion. Christina, you're back.
I'm back.
Mike,
With a-
Mike had some more comments about the food trucks.
let me get my pen and another notepad out.
And another notebook. Yeah, thanks, Christina. Don't encourage the mayor, Christina, please.
Okay, legislative updates.
Legislative update this evening is very brief. The only thing I wanted to update you on was the congressional leaders on, it was Thursday, December 2nd, did a continuing resolution for the budget, which will carry through till February. There will be no new expenditures, no any additional fundings or anything like that that will take place unless there's some movement with our Congress and Senate to push something through before February. But right now it looks like February will be when we will see some update on the budget. And I mention this only because I know we're waiting on some grant funding and such at the federal level, which now we know that we won't hear from that or won't hear about that before the end of the year. So anyway, that's it for me this evening, but I'm happy to answer any questions or take any questions you have and bring back information.
Thank you, Mr. Lahr.
Sorry.
No problem.
Christina, we had a WRCOG meeting yesterday. Yes. They talked about a couple of bills, the SB 9, and they indicated that there's a potential for, if the city can determine an adverse impact, that some of these projects may not move forward. Are you familiar with that, or is that information that you're aware of, or?
No, but I can look back. We've done quite a number of discussions at our planning directors meetings through WRCOG regarding SB 9, and that doesn't ring any bells, but I'm happy to go back and pull the information that I have and look through the bill again and just see if there's anything pertaining to that I can provide.
Okay, and then on SB 10, there was an option for a legislative opt-in with a 2/3 vote. Can you look into that as well and bring that back?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. That's all I have, Mayor.
Mayor,
Mr. Sen.
have a quick, probably a quick answer on that SB 9, Christina. And I think the adverse in there is the public safety and health safety on that property. And they cannot, expand any ADU on SB 9 on that. You could double check that, but I know that. You cannot, apply or expand any property that have a public safety concern. And also, you cannot, do a ADU on any historical building, or we cannot give any permit on that. Probably our city will be well versed on that. I mean, there will be a lot of items that we need to sit down and be aware on that. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you.
That's the thing that I know.
Okay, we'll move on to the economic development update.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The Economic Development Committee meeting meets tomorrow at 4:00 p.m. and we'll provide an update at the next council meeting on what occurs at that meeting. Thank you.
And the city clerk report.
No report this evening. Thank you.
Come all the way down here and there's no report.
Well, I said my piece
Okay.
earlier. So.
City treasurer report.
I was gonna do
Oh,
that.
sorry.
I'm just switching things up a
Oh,
little
okay.
bit.
Sorry. Sure.
Let's go to the city treasurer's report.
Yeah, you're trying to mind mess with me right now. I was ready. Well, I want to thank the council for approving the new members to the Finance and Audit Committee. That's very helpful. And I have no report because my meeting is actually going to be postponed next week for another week. So I won't have any report tonight. Thank you.
Okay, next is the city attorney report, correct? Okay.
Yes, just briefly, you have in your packet, item number 20, a list of litigation that is pending against the city in the Christian Lee versus City of Beaumont matter. That case is in the discovery phase. And so we continue to work on that case. On the second item, we only have 4. The second item, Charles Peters, DBA Pioneer Mobile Village versus City of Beaumont. This case has been pending a long time, and we prevailed at the trial court level, got the case dismissed. He appealed it, it's fully briefed. The courts issued a tentative, and the tentative is in favor of the city to dismiss the case. So we suspect that the plaintiff will request oral argument, and when a hearing date gets set, we'll let you know what happens after the oral argument. Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters for City of Beaumont, we're still working with opposing counsel on the settlement. It's taking a lot longer than we would have hoped for, but we're not giving up hope that we'll be able to put something together. And then on item number 4, the Easy versus City of Beaumont case, we have our 12B6 motion seeking to dismiss the case pending. And that's my report this evening.
Mr. Pinckney, item number 2, you mentioned a tentative. What's that mean?
Oh, a tentative is where the court issues a written tentative opinion, what it intends to rule in the case, subject to being persuaded to rule otherwise based on oral argument if a party requests oral argument. So in that case, in Peters' case, Mr. Peters will have to request oral argument, and then he'll have the opportunity to go in front of the court and try to persuade them that they got it all wrong in their written tentative opinion.
Okay.
But typically, not always, but typically the tentative becomes the final ruling of the court. But sometimes a party is successful in persuading the court to reverse its tentative or modify it in some way.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And we'll move on to city manager report. Mr. Pardon.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor White. That sounds vaguely familiar. Mayor White, Mayor White. So one of the most impactful things that we've been going through recently has been lane and ramp closures, as Caltrans and UP have been working through the community to do repairs or upgrades, those kinds of things. The most impactful thing hitting us right now is the I-10 tune-up. And so we've had frustration out in the community about lane closures with, really not enough information on what's coming or what to expect. We have been reaching out to Caltrans to try to see what we can do to better coordinate, activity. Caltrans has a pretty robust program of press releases. They've got mailing lists of interested residents as well as business community members, those types of things. They're pushing information out. So we've again reached out to them, say, hey, we do have these concerns that are out there in the community. We do have these frustrations. How can we get information from Caltrans out into our community a little bit more efficiently? We don't want a message for Caltrans because sure enough, things are going to change or we're going to say something contrary. So we want to really try to understand when Caltrans is pushing information out and then how we can help direct people to Caltrans hotlines, websites, those places they can go. For example, if you want to get access through Instagram on the I-10 tune-up, you do hashtag I-10 tune-up, for example. So try to do what we can to try to put information out. We have been reaching out to Caltrans staff also to say, hey, what can we do? So that's a primary thing that we're really working on. And so we'll try to get some information out to y'all as well as we look at ways to progress that. Key things that I'm worried about from that perspective is, right now the ramp closures in I-10 at Highland Springs have been for exits off the main lane into Highland Springs. The next tier will be when Caltrans is actually going to do rehab of those ramps and potentially some extra capacity. So we're talking actual construction, hard closures. There's not a hard timeline for that yet. It'll be sometime after the holidays are over. So probably January, February is when we could be as looking at those hard closures. I have reached out to Banning as well to see if they have similar concerns, and they do. So we want to try to make sure that they're included in any future conversations that we have with Caltrans, because they're being impacted just like we are. The same kind of exact kind of process that's there. So anyway, so we're working on that, and we'll have more information for you and for the community as we go through. And I just got notice that they're going to merge the Raiders and the Broncos teams so that together they can keep up with Kansas City. So hopefully that'll be, in the offing here pretty soon. So that concludes my report for council.
I have one comment on when these full closures happen, such as right now, the shutdown to the off-ramp onto Highland Springs going eastbound. It would really be helpful if there was some kind of notice upstream that says Highland Springs is closed, Beaumont Avenue is your last one to get off it. I know Beaumont Avenue is not much better than Highland Springs, but I personally have been, stuck on going past the Highland Springs, and I know that I've seen this kind of messaging on issues like the crossover lane. You got the messaging, a ways ahead. I think if there's any way Caltrans could do something like that, especially as we move through with these full closures. So I just put that out there for a suggestion.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any other comments or questions on the city manager report? Okay. Future agenda items. Mr. Laura. You just don't stop, do you?
Yeah, no, I'm on a roll. Can this be for planning? If we could bring back some development standards, there seems to be a lull in the track submittals, track maps that are coming in, and I would like to try to get some development standards to address first subdivisions, front setbacks, so that larger vehicles are not encroaching into the sidewalk, so that those can be used by our pedestrians and then minimum street widths to make sure that the streets are wide enough so that if you have vehicles parking on each curb, that 2 cars can still pass. Just different things like that, because I'd like to get some development standards that tracks have to meet when they submit their maps, so that we can address some of these concerns and issues. Thank you. That's all I have, Mayor.
Okay. Mr. Martinez.
Yes, outgoing Mayor Laura and I have been working on a possible youth council proposal. It's been in the preliminary stages. Been talking to city manager about it, and of course the students involved, and it's kind of going putting together a proposal for us. So I'd like to bring that to council finally, hopefully in January, depending on how we can prepare it. And I wanted to bring that up now since we've already had 2 council members discuss, so we'll have to now discuss it at the council level. So you won't get filled in until we bring it, but we'll be bringing you kind of the concept of what we're talking about and some options, and see if we're considering the possibility of going in that direction. But this is something that I wanted to do before even COVID hit, and I had already been discussing with the county, because the county has a similar type of program, and getting ideas from them. And then COVID hits, we had to put everything on hold, but now that we're back, students have expressed interest. So I'd like to bring that proposal back at a future time.
Thank you. And I have one. We have, through our general plan, approved a major renovation of our downtown. And I think that I'd like to have a discussion among council about how we can move that forward. I think there's some ideas that I have, and I'd like to hear others' ideas about starting to work on, and maybe using the Economic Development Committee as support for this, to start looking at things that we can do to keep businesses here and to attract businesses. Other cities have put in place ordinances and resolutions, and they have incentives to keep their businesses. There's incentives to attract businesses. So I just think that waiting 10 to 15 years, which is probably how long it's going to take. It took Redlands that long. I think Ukaipa took some time as well. I think if we start to send out a message that we want to encourage that direction as soon as possible, that will have big benefit. So I'd like to get a discussion with council on that, what we can do, that kind of thing. All right. And we'll go with council reports. And we'll start with council member Laura.
Okay. As I indicated earlier, I attended the WRCOG meeting on Monday. They talked about some of those bills that have been passed, and so I brought those comments up. I did want to circle back. The 4th of July follow-up, staff has had that prepared for a couple of months, but based on some of the agendas that we had, I had requested that maybe we moved it. We were going to have it tonight, but Councilmember Finn, who was one of the ones who wanted the item brought up, wasn't going to be here, so it was postponed. So I wanted just to make sure council knew that staff does have it ready and has had it ready. So we should be seeing that, I believe, next council meeting, if I'm not mistaken. So other than that, that's all I have, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilmember Santos.
Nothing to report.
Oh. And Mayor Pro Tem Martinez.
Nothing at this time, Mayor.
Interesting. Okay.
We have the parade coming up.
I want to use my time here for council reports to again reiterate my thanks to Mr. Lara. And again, I know there was a difficult year in 2020. Mr. Santos guided us through that. And I think 2021 has brought a lot of other additional challenges. And I have a lot of respect for Mr. Lara. Probably the last time I'll follow you as Mayor Pro Tem into the mayor, just assuming. But I want to thank you for what you've done the last year. And I do think it's an advantage to have you out of the mayor's seat because of the conversation, the discussion that you're able to focus on and bring to the council and bring a perspective that none of us have, which is the building and the details that you always come up with that I'm always like, oh, I never thought about that. But so that's all I wanted to do. And if there's nothing else, we'll go ahead and adjourn the meeting at 10:07.
Thank you, Mayor, very much. That was very
I missed the gavel. You hit the gavel.
Yeah. There you go.
That's it. Now we're official.
Yeah, come on.